Goodbye, Spotify. Okay, everybody. Welcome back to Tal'Dorei. Thank you for your patience while I was away. But we are back. So, this shall be a fairly simple recap. There's a couple of cool details, but it doesn't need to be nearly as extensive as my other games this week. So, the Aurora Concordant has returned, or not returned, but they have come to Iman for the first time. Some returning, some seeing it for the first time. As you arrive in, you see many things. You see the Alabaster Lyceum, the great central place of education here in Tal'Dorei. You see just a beautiful big city. Airships and buildings on mountains and castles and dock districts and taverns. And within those taverns, surprisingly young mothers of our friend Ember, fellow Fire Genasi. Emma Van Zyl runs the Rousing Spark and is most happy to see her son returned and welcomes you all to stay at the Rousing Spark, including some of your companions you brought along. And the Rousing Spark seems to be quickly becoming a place of central interest to the Aurora Concordant and their allies. You got up to a couple things, such as this pesky traveler you picked up ended up having a huge bounty on their head and affiliations with multiple crime syndicates, and you're like, okay, bounty, here you go. So you turned him over, and Nero ended up in the Black Bastille, the place where the most dangerous criminals in all Tal'Dorei are kept. And you went on with your life. Surely we won't hear from him again. Inside, Nero was confronted with super fucking evil people, rightly locked away. Some of you found bounty posters of Duel and a couple other, mass murderers, arsonists, necromancers, people that need to be locked back up. So there's bounty posters around. But as for the party themselves, you were all invited to the Andegard estate, where you got to see Finch's very hot family. You all hung out there, and you got to know the various brothers. Though all kind-spirited and faithful servants to the Platinum Dragon, there was definitely a little, some jibbing, some brotherly love, shall we call it. Speaking of, I won't say love, but speaking of Yvaine, Yvaine met up with their contact. Their contact from the Cobalt Soul was informed after, some activities by Cressida Holt that the Library of the Cobalt Soul is not all it seems. There's actually a spy network in service to the Knowing Mother and the greater good of the people of Tal'Dorei to find tyranny where it is and quell it, to seek information, both, for the public knowledge and those secrets in the deep halls of the Tal'Dorei Council of other factions, and keeps their eye on the lands of Tal'Dorei and make sure everything's running well, sort of takes initiative on their own accord. And said, see you, babe, and disappeared, and I'm sure we'll be seeing Cressida Holt again soon. What else? Yep, you visited the Andegard estates. Finch, you reunited with your family, talked with some of your brothers about their multiple perspectives on the faith, the family. Your father is now a member of the, oh, come on, words.
Tal'Dorei Council?
Kind of, yes. Technically, yes. But there's a word for it. There's a,
delegation?
Thank you very much. Yes, he is a member of the Tal'Dorei congregation, which is pretty cool. Definitely seems to hold enough influence to have got himself onto that seat. Delegation, yes, he's a delegate of the Tal'Dorei Council on behalf of Tal'Dorei, or Amon, excuse me. With that, the party met a Fire Ashari, and they were willing to allow this Fire Ashari to bend their ear about this person you never thought you'd hear from again, Nero Duskval. The Fire Ashari spoke plainly but kindly about Nero, saying, yes, Nero can be hard. Yes, Nero has had a bad run of things. Yes, Nero is a thieving bastard, but has a good heart and is loyal when when the time comes and suggested, please, 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 just give Nero a chance, not that he deserves it. And the party, in all of their kindness, and not at all to do with the fact that it is a PC that returned to the game, allowed Nero to return sort of on parole under the supervision of the Aurora Concordant, in official matters under the supervision of Finch and a guard of such an upstanding family, and the rank of High Paladin gives them enough pull that they're willing to release this not quite as dangerous as other criminals in the Black Bastille. So, Nero Duskaval seems to have turned over a leaf, a kind leaf. All of you have been asked to maybe try and guide him, but has been assured that his days of crime are behind him. So with that, you all stand outside the Black Bastille at the end of the day, after the little Endegard. Is it the end of the day? You guys were... Let me look here. Yeah, he was locked up. You went to the Endegard estate. Then you went and did the thing with Nero. I'm not going to say it's the evening, but it's definitely coming upon it. It's late afternoon.
Yeah, late afternoon. That sounds about right.
So it's late afternoon. You all stand outside the Black Bastille. Yes?
Are we in a lobby, or are we like out in public? Like whether or not we're behind closed doors kind of affects things.
Yeah. I guess, honestly, I feel like that's the, minus Nero, who'd be released into your custody. That's sort of your guys' choice. There was a conversation that I think was sort of meant to be on the street, but if you guys wanted to receive Nero, like, before actually leaving the prison, you could do that.
Yeah, I would ask the party, like, hey guys, before we leave, would it be too much to ask for a private place that I can kind of change, because I got into normal clothes?
Yeah, you'd be changed in all of that. You would have received all of your old effects.
Okay,
they would have gone through all of your old effects and made sure nothing is stolen. They'd give it to you. You could have changed. Yeah.
I'm missing like a single gold piece, aren't I?
Yeah.
Well, they can't track it, so so you're good. Your equipment's intact as long as there isn't anything obviously stolen.
How does Nero look right now? Like, I know that Finch healed him, but I don't know if it was like big heal or just a so you can walk home heal.
So you can walk home heal. The littlest of heals.
The littlest of heals.
I'd say Nero looks a little rough. Like, Nero didn't come... So we'll say that Nero's like, his legs are working, he doesn't have a limp, he doesn't have a... But there's like some bruises that weren't there, maybe a little black around the eye that wasn't there. Like, Nero was there
on the back of his head from where he was hit, because you did say that he was hit once.
I'd say that the hair does have some blood in it. Why don't you make a medicine check? Why don't you make a medicine check, Yvaine?
Yeah, blood on the neck.
Yvaine is actually going to ask Nero, may I examine you?
Why not? As long as you promise not to kill me.
Checking my stats here for medicine. 15.
15. Yes, Nero is much more battered than when he went in. You do see multiple blows to the back of the head, multiple bludgeoning blows to the back of the head from some serious bludgeoning damage, possibly. Black eye, bruises, maybe like a little limp here, and like some of it might have happened off table, but like he's battered around, not like lingering energy.
Okay,
no, nothing lingering.
Yeah, that's what I'm checking.
Yeah, you get the sense the Black Bastille, like, they sort of throw people to the dogs in there, but they don't let people wander around like with gouged out eyes and stuff. There's a level of decency. Not a high one, but there's a level.
I will cast a second level Cure Wounds then.
Okay.
Oh, thank you. Oh, wow. Thank you. Thank you for that. Thanks. Wow.
14 points.
Oh, okay, then that's 14 points. It's 14 points. He's feeling better.
I know we had some other things that we had wanted to do about the Cloud Top District. But under the circumstances, I think it best that we get him back to the Rousing Spark. Could use a meal and a night's rest.
Like even the street would be better than this place. Funny story. Would you believe me if I told you the guy with no arms did this to me?
Probably not.
Yeah.
So, are we going to the cloud top? Are we going back to the Rousing Spark? Are we splitting up? What are we doing?
You guys are in charge.
That was so dry. That was the
so
funniest thing in the world.
Wait, what?
Oh my god.
What was
Yvaine,
this?
you're like, would you believe me if a guy had no arms this? She's like, no.
No.
Just like so dry. Just so funny. Woo.
And then
Alright,
moves
sorry.
on immediately.
Yeah, probably not. It was like, oh. It's so funny. Okay, so is that where you guys are headed? You want to go to the Rousing Spark?
Yeah.
Well, it's a little later in the day. You got all the time in the world to check out Amon.
Yeah, I think our Froley should use a rest, a meal, change of clothes.
Speaking of which, do we need to stop at the market and get him a change of clothes?
We can handle that on the morrow.
All right.
The clothes got me this far, you know?
Exactly.
That's the
And there's
point.
someone in the myriad who has a very good description of you who may be looking for you. So changing your clothes and your appearance a little bit could be important to keeping you alive for a little while.
Okay.
Up to you, of course. I'm certainly not going to force you. It's merely a suggestion.
I see your point, but I'm not giving up this coat. This is mine. I earned it. It's mine. Just
I
saying.
think you'd look good with the tramp stamp.
Oh,
Wait, what?
yeah, but we'll get to that. For now, I was really just thinking, pants, shirt, armor. I mean, right now he's
Yeah, I could use some armor.
Doesn't smell great too, I'll say.
a bath has to happen. Probably a haircut and a shave.
Makeover episode.
Oh my
Who want to kill him
god!
knows what he looks like. We should change his appearance at least a little bit, make it somewhat challenging.
Maybe I could use a shave, okay?
Perfect.
Well, not like I'm a stray dog or anything.
Is Amara still with us?
No, I'll tell you what, she would have left for this part. She wasn't going to hang around for, she's a busy lady and she's already taken up a lot of her time to come and try and resolve this. But she would have been happy to have had a final word with you guys. But I'll say for the sake of the canon, just so you can have that if you want to. We'll say that she's like off to the side. She's like near the door. She's just kind of standing there patiently and sort of like listening to this interaction. Just kind of like, not like, you better not hurt. Just like maybe curious to see if this is going to go well or not, getting impressions. But she's just off to the side, waiting. Just seeing how things are going.
Yeah, Nero sees her and he's kind of just looking downcast,
Yeah, she's probably doing a similar, like, the eyes are not meeting.
I am going to go approach her.
Okay. You approach her, she smiles.
Funny story. About 6 weeks ago, I was you. Granted, I hadn't had a personal relationship with Monty, but yeah, I seem to remember throwing myself on the mercy of Corin of Zephyra on behalf of a poacher, whom I thought I could do better. Anyway, that was what the maniacal laughter was about. I recognize a karmic debt when I see one.
Oh. Well, I see you've done this before then. You're into rehabilitation.
It's the only form of justice that makes any sense whatsoever. But I'm also a Shari, so...
We are also Ashari.
If we need to find you for something, where would we go looking for you?
Just a little ways north of the city. Have you heard of the Scar of the Cinder King?
Have I heard of the Scar of the Cinder King?
She'll just tell you her deal, because she would anyway. And she says, there's only a couple of us Fire Ashari officially here on behalf of wherever we're from. And
Ira.
Pyro, that's right. Thank you. Sorry, it's been a minute. There's about 4 of us that stay and contain the elemental energies that, well, the Cinder King laid several years before. We've been mending the wound, making sure that it isn't a danger to the people. It's only a little ways north of here, so it shouldn't be too hard to find me. If you need me, I'll be there.
Thank you. Thank you so much. We'll probably come find you.
Sure, absolutely.
And I will...
Oh shit, what do they say?
Kaitiate.
Akiati? Yes, she says that to you. Bows her head. And it also will say in Druidic to you, and by no means do you need to go soft on him on my account. He's a little shit.
Yvaine just busts out laughing. She says, I receive that. Also in
And
Druidic.
maybe, Nero, to your terror, you see the 2 druids sort of look at you as, like, she says something to Yvaine. Yvaine cackles in her witch laughter, and the 2 of them just sort of turn around and look at you. They say something in their strange druid language and stare you down.
I don't know Druidic. I know like a phrase or 2 from Mara, but I do not. I'm not an expert. I'm like, what are they talking? I ask the others, what are they talking about?
No one else knows either.
No one knows. Amaro will look at you, Yvaine, and says, well, I should probably be going.
I'll be in touch tomorrow.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And there will be, as she goes to leave, there will be a little, her eyes will meet yours, Nero, and she'll just give you like a little nod. And she'll turn to the door, the guards will the heavy metal doors, and she will exit.
So, you 2 seem to get along pretty well.
Most of the Ashari get along pretty well. Common purpose and all that.
Yeah. For the record, she was the person I was going to suggest we go talk to if you really wanted to go find Laura Viceroy.
I figured, and we have a much closer contact than her.
Yeah, clearly.
We didn't think to bring his horse.
It's not
His
my
horse
horse.
was-
It's my horse.
He didn't have a horse.
His horse, he did have a horse, but it was
It was
confiscated.
stolen. Yeah.
Yeah, it was.
I
Yeah.
stole it.
Just ride Beaumont. He's due for a bath anyway. I'm going to let him ride Beaumont. And
Alright.
I am going to shift into a weasel.
I love it.
Hell yeah.
And I'm going to climb up on Ven.
Stop.
Make me an animal handling check, Yvaine, as a because he knows. I think the scent, like he knows who you are, but you know, you're a weasel now, so we'll just see how that
Purple
goes. Maybe you
weasel,
do-
pink eyes.
Yes, a purple weasel with pink eyes, and we'll see how the
That is a
dog
14.
handles. A 14, yeah. He like you sort of come up to him, sort of do the weasel like wave thing that it does when it walks, and come up to him, sort of, and Finn kind of like his ears kind of do the like flop thing, and he looks at you, kind of, and then you kind of like climb up his arm, and he just kind of like decides to be cool about it.
Come on.
Does she do that often?
All the time. You'll get used to it.
Okay. So which one's Beaumont's?
One without a rider.
Okay. And by the way, Fangs. We're cool, okay? I know we didn't have the great night of that alley, but we're on the same team now, right?
I'm never on anybody's team.
Okay. Okay then.
Fen goes, "Ooh."
Yeah, Yvaine chitters at that.
The animals start going.
Get down, you two.
Happy just sort of bounces along after Fen and Fen's new rider. And yeah, you guys all mount up and you leave the very intimidating prison behind and all of its evil residents.
And I'm sorry, but on my way out, I saw that they took down some of the bounty posters. I'm like, I just take down all of them.
Yeah, like there's multiples. So yeah,
I just
you could
random ones. Like, yeah, sure,
Yeah,
why
yeah.
not? Just stuck them in my pocket. Stuff them in my pockets.
Yeah, you pull a bunch off. And yeah, and we can talk about who those are. But the one, as I said before, the ones that I told you specifically were the big
The big one.
big money reward ones. Yes, Zarvolg.
Is there a like a tavern or something near this big intimidating prison?
Yeah, this is a mon. So you can go, back to get to Ember's Tavern, but
I
it's
meant like
full
right
of.
in this specific vicinity. I'm looking specifically for something that like guards from the prison might retire to after a shift.
Absolutely. Yeah, like as I said, this is a mon, so the place is full of inns and taverns all over the place. It'd be hard done by not to find one. Sure. So yeah, you guys head out of the Black Bastille, which is yeah, you guys are in the military district right now, and you can just sort of ride and yeah, you see a couple of and I will say the military, like those of you who are more frequent to Amon would know this, but maybe the rest of you are a little maybe surprised to not see a very large military presence in the military district. It's like there is like the Hands of Amon who wander the normal guard routines, and maybe a couple extra, but there's no great military presence whatsoever. Certainly no army, nothing like that. Maybe you see some Daxio Outriders, like maybe here and there, but like no more than like 5 as you travel in various groups, whether like on duty or off duty. But there is no standing army. There is no sign of any actual military presence here in the military district. But yes, Zarvolg, you very quickly find a tavern where you see a number of off-duty members of the Hands of Amon.
All right, that's just for future reference. That's all.
Okay, no problem.
I have a question.
Yes, absolutely.
When we were in Westron, you made a comment about how members of the clasp like really boldly wore their insignia and that they were just kind of everywhere and it was a very open kind of thing. Have I noticed the same sort of have I noticed the same means or the same attitude in Iman? Because I know that they were heroes of Iman, like commonly they were heroes of Iman.
Yes, make me an investigation or an insight check for what you've seen so far.
So the insight, please. 17.
17. Honestly, more so. Since you've been around. They walk around very openly, very clearly around here. Like other places they might like reside to different districts and maybe be like, like we're here and here's our insignia, but like we're off to the side a bit, like sort of like the mafia, like those guys sitting outside the tavern are with the mafia, but like there's nothing that says they're the mafia, that's what it's been like in other places. But here, like people just walk on through, symbols of the clasp, very, very, I don't want to say brazen, because they're not behaving like they are doing illegal shit, but they walk around like any other open guild.
Thank you. So,
yeah, no problem.
So Yvaine is aware of the fact that like the bouncer at the door guy at the Rousing Spark is clasp.
I would say you've connected dots at this point. You're like, yeah, he was clasp, and there was the guy over there, and what about Ember's or Emma's deal. Or actually, I don't think any of you know about the deal other than Ember, but maybe you're starting to connect some dots.
Ember has made a comment twice to the group about how he owes the League of Miracles and the Clasp, and he's always said both things. So
Yeah.
that's why I'm like,
I don't think. Yeah, I think you like connect the dots, but it's very much like they're probably with the clasp. You know,
Okay.
they're probably with the clasp, but you certainly wouldn't have any idea that there's any sort of official deal with the Rousing Spark.
Nope, that wasn't what I was looking for. I really was just seeing like a
Yeah, no
what's the vibe? Cool.
Get in the mood. Yeah, no problem. But yes, they are very much like post Robin Hood doing awesome shit. And they're like, there's Robin Hood. He's a thief, but we love him. And that's pretty much the mood with the class people. Yeah, so you continue to wander through the streets, and you're making your way back to the Rousing Spark. Okay. Little while later, the sun begins to sort of move into that golden hour sheen, and you guys are going to come back to the Rousing Spark.
As we're getting closer there, I asked them, so, is my good buddy Alasterre still there?
I mean, I didn't check with him in the morning, but there's no reason for him to leave. We're sort of working on a project together. Listen, you don't have to be friends with the guy. Just, he's not going to come pick on you. Just leave him alone. He'll leave you alone.
I don't plan on bothering the guy at all. I just want to say hi to my old buddy. He hasn't seen me in a while.
Why anyone would antagonize the priest of a Raven Queen is beyond me, but have at it. Suppose in the worst case, I can revive you.
I might need to revive him, but okay.
All right. You guys sort of ride up there. And I will say, sort of sitting outside, taking the air, you do see Alasterre sitting at a table, again with this sailor that he was with before. Seemingly, I don't know, was become a friend or is a friend. And there definitely, as he's like doing it, he sees you all coming down the street and he kind of like catches Nero with you all and kind of like
I give him a wave and a shit's eating grin.
And he just I think it's more like he isn't like ooh, like it's not like that at all, but it's very much like he just didn't expect to see you again and will be interested to hear the story, and he just kind of I don't think it gives you the satisfaction of a long stare and kind of returns to his conversation, but definitely is surprised to see you in the company of this party that just turned you over.
I have a way with words.
But that's just you riding by, yeah. So you kind of ride by, you stable your horses. Camelia's there. She goes, oh, I hope I remember her voice, but she goes, oh, welcome back. I'll hear that. And she immediately starts like helping you guys and like patting the horses and everything, and comes over to you. Yvaine goes, oh my goodness, who is this? And like picks you up. Very high. She goes, oh my goodness, how did you find? Oh, wonderful. She sort of like looks. She goes, recognizing the colors, and she sort of swaps to druidic and goes. She goes, goodness, is that you, Yvaine?
And I'll chitter at her. I'm like, yeah, it's me. We needed an extra horse.
But you are indeed a weasel, so you cannot speak. Yeah. But you chitter. And
I can chitter at her and weasel. She's a furbolg.
That's true.
Actually, can still speak.
That is true. She is a furball, and she does understand. So she starts having a conversation with Yvaine, and like decides where you want, or you decide where you want to be put down, and she'll either put you on her shoulder or on the ground, whatever you want. Oh,
she can put me on her shoulder, and we'll just sit and have a conversation.
Yeah, check out. So this is crazy. Didn't see this coming. And you guys just kind of talk, and she starts like patting the horses and putting them away and asking how your days were, and yeah, and that's Camellia. She's very scary looking, but she's very nice.
I adore her.
As I see Camilla, I go up and ask her, well, good to see you again, Camilla. I hope nobody's giving you any trouble, right?
Who's giving trouble?
Nobody's giving you any trouble, right?
Oh, me? No. People tend to not spend a lot of time around me.
Well,
There was one little boy who threw some mud at me, but that's okay.
Where'd he go?
No, I shouldn't have said anything. It's okay, I understand. I'm a very different sort of individual.
If they don't, it's their loss. Happy to have you here.
Oh, well, thank you very much, Mr. Nero. Well, yeah, I'll just look after your horses. Don't you all mind anything? Yes.
And
immediately, Finch, Beverly starts like helping Camellia, and yeah, they start tending to your horses.
Before I head inside, I just whisper to Camilla, if anybody gives you any problems, just tell us. We'll take care of it.
Oh my goodness. Thank you. I'll most certainly be okay, but thank you.
So it's like, oh, all right then. And I just give her a pat on the shoulder as high as I can reach, and I head inside.
All right, you guys all head inside, and as you head inside, the bar is sort of wrapped in silence as you hear a sort of low-tone voice speaking, and you will hear Balthazar speaking in the following. In western shadow, wings of despair unfold. Umbrasyl, the hope devourer, black and bold. Acid breath, a scourge upon the land, reducing the city to rubble. A kingdom unmanned. The herd of storms, Goliath in fear, serve the dragon, the hope devourer near. Tamlin, a soul in love entwined. Desperation binds him, his heart confined. With Jasmine, his love, he seeks to hide in the ruins of Westron, where shadows bide. The city falls under Umbrasyl's reign, Goliath's service, an unbreakable chain. Vox Machina, heroes of legend arrive. To the city's defense, the Goliaths they revive. Thunderlord Kevdak, leader of the clan, falls before Grog, the turning of the clan. A rallying cry in the city's despair, Goliaths unite, their fate to repair. Tamlin yearns to fight, to face the fight. Jasmine pleads for flight, a desperate flight. Tamlin torn by duty and love's decree, Jasmine pleads, fleed with me and be free. But he stands resolute against Umbrasyl's wrath to protect his love. You'd face a deadly path. Go to the Bramblewood, wait under the tree, where our hearts entwine so wild and free. I'll slay the dragon, and then I'll be free to join you, my love, for all eternity. Jasmine departed to the forest's embrace. Tamlin stays, a guardian in that perilous space. To face Umbrasyl, a dragon to trap, a promise made, destiny yet to map. Days pass, aching in Jasmine's heart. Tamlin's absence tearing love apart. Days pass, and Tamlin's pledge unfulfilled. A haunting silence, the promise unfulfilled. I rhymed unfulfilled with unfulfilled for some reason by accident. Under the tree, Jasmine waits alone. Heartbroken whispers, a love overthrown. Mad with grief, in darkness she spun. Jasmine, heartbroken, comes undone. A spectral wail echoes through the years, a vengeful spirit drowning in tears, luring men, adventurers brave, to the Bramblewood, to a treacherous grave. One day, guided by Bahamut's grace, Tamlin's mother enters the halted place. She reveals a ring, a symbol of love, Tamlin's promise sent from above. Tamlin's love, a truth not untold, not forgotten, that great promise of old. Jasmine's spirit, trapped in disdain, witnessing the ring, is released from her chain. Jasmine's spirit, freed from despair, released by love into the ethereal air. Tamlin's mother, the guide to the light, the Bramblewood now, a serene in the night. There's, so good, yeah.
Huzzah!
Oh, huzzah! And people, there's, Ember's mom is like, she's eating it up, and other people in the bar are like, oh god, yeah, and someone's like, turn on the tavern music, and multiple mixes of repair or mixes of approach to this new type of poetry, and some like it, but quickly the tavern music returns, and some people give a little pat on the back to Mr. Balthazar as they appreciate the break from the jaunty tune.
Yay!
Handout is in. You may read The Spirit of the Bramblewood by Balthazar.
That was good. That was really good.
Good, I'm glad you liked it. Amongst the people here, indeed, you do see Jasper Bloom's, you, Nero, would know him, Jasper Bloom's bane. You as well now, Zarvolg. Sitting, as he ever has, by the fire, and you as well, Ember, because your mother told you. And then again, Balthazar sort of, is invited to sit with a couple people, and he says, well, the truth is that the Aurora Concordant actually was the ones who guided them, and it starts to tell, expand on the story to different people. You also happen to see standing at the bar, in a very, very fine clothing, sort of just an elbow, just kind of like talking up the person next to them with like a little sifter of whiskey, or actually definitely has a martini. What am I talking about? Has a martini. You see, indeed, Cressida Holt of the Cobalt Soul has made her way here. So the Rousing Spark is yours, Aurora Concordant. What would you like to do?
I'd like an ale.
And an ale you'll have for 4 copper, sir.
Make that 2, please.
4 copper. Beverly's sort of helping out. Well, Beverly's all over the place around here. Beverly's just making herself useful. She helped with the horse as she comes in. Here's an ale and says, "Oh, well, let me do it," and helps Emma out.
Such a good little squire.
She's just a good little scamp. She's still in her nice clothes from earlier today. Rolls up her sleeves, starts getting to work.
Mm-hmm.
Happy jumps on the table. Emma's like, "Oh, hello. Yes, and sees all of you. And she says, "Oh, welcome back, everybody. Please come on in and have a seat. It's good to see all of you." Gives Ember a hug.
Hello, Mrs. Van Zyl.
Oh, hello, Mr. Nero. It's good to see you again.
I was like, I didn't know if I'd see you again. This whole place is a sight for sore eyes.
Oh, I see. You were. Sounds like you've had a busy day.
Last day or 2, to be sure, but yes, absolutely.
Well, a friend of Ember's welcome here, of course. This ale's on the house.
Thank you. Thank you, because I'm broke.
Noted. And she'll fetch you an ale, and that one will be for free.
And I give her a thank you.
Yep, absolutely. All right. I'll say Beverly, having sort of taking initiative, sort of serves the ale up to Zarvolg, and then sort of goes over to Emma and says, "Excuse me, Miss Van Zyl, I think they wanted to organize a bath and a meal," and starts just organizing things for Nero. It says, "And is there anyone who could do a haircut?" He goes, "Oh yes, of course. Let me start." They start organizing things immediately.
I've shaven before. I'm not 10 anymore. But
he goes, "Oh, of course." Beverly says, "Oh, I'm sorry. I was just trying to help. Sorry."
Come. I tell her, take a minute. Calm down. You're doing fine.
Oh, I'm perfectly calm. This is my. Do I not seem calm? This is. I thought this is sort of my natural state.
I say, of course you are.
Okay.
Just point me to where I can draw up the bath and everything, and some shaving stuff.
Emma says, "Oh, absolutely. Well, there's a room," and she tells you which directions to go. She says, "Top floor. Yep, we'll make sure that a bath is brought in and hot water is drawn."
Thank you.
No problem.
And Neo just digs into dinner first.
So dinner around here, as this is considered not a modest inn. Prices have increased since last you've been here, Ember. It's a nicer place than you remember it. This is now a comfortable inn, so 5 silver for the meal. And for dinner... Yep, go ahead.
No, go right ahead. I've got everybody's meal covered.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Well, if anyone ate this morning, this should already be covered. This is technically considered like a day's worth of food. There's pocket bacon and everything for later. No, I'm kidding. This
Pocket bacon.
maybe. Okay, you know what? You guys are on the dock, so it makes sense. The food tonight is the Amon seafood. Or actually, no, come on, we can do better than that. The Menagerie Coast seafood. I'm gonna try this word out. Bouillabaisse, and it's basically like sort of like a clam seafood soup.
Neo's never heard of it, but he'll try it.
It's really good. Very fresh. You get the sense that the ingredients were probably caught this very morning.
Not bad.
All right. Got a little food. And a little wave. I think you do feel like a... Oh, go ahead, Zarvolg. You first.
Oh, no, that's all right. Is Jasper alone? What's he doing?
He's never really alone. He's always just like talking to people or writing in his book. He always has this like associate who sits next to him, probably his ledgerman, like his offhand guy. But you know, he's sort of off to the side a little bit. If you wanted to go talk to him.
Yeah, I guess I'll wander over and talk to him.
All right, you wander on over. And the gentleman, the halfling, the somewhat older halfling, looks up at you and says, good evening, sir. Is there something I could do for you?
Oh, yeah. Do you want to have this conversation here or a little bit more privately?
Well, I suppose it depends on the contents of the conversation. But I think I see your meaning. And he sort of looks at his associate and gives him a little nod, and says, yes, there's a back room we can use. Or he actually says, let's just go talk out back. So you guys kind of walk out to the stables or to a quiet corner in the stables. Still public, but not so public that anyone could overhear easily. And his buddy comes with him. He stands like 10 feet off and just leans across the wall. Says, so what can I do for you, sir?
You just pulled your slimy buddy out of the box. And I'm no enemy of a good time or a man trying to make a living. Let's keep the fuckery to a minimum.
I see. That's a lot to digest. Well, I'll assure you this. Tell you what. Threat taken and understood.
All right, then I think we'll get along just fine.
Fair enough. And he just says, anything? Is there anything else, or did you just? Was that all?
He just turns and walks away with that.
All right, fair enough. And they sort of hang back. The two of them sort of share some words before returning to the tavern.
Has he Nero watched them return to the tavern, and his eyes are trained on them, like seeing if anything's off, like if he's mad at all, like
he's been in the business for a while. He doesn't. Make me an insight check. Make me an insight check.
Oh, okay, let's go.
It is D&D, and we gotta roll dice.
Okay. Insight. Not one of his better skills, but okay. 7.
Like I said, he's been in the business for a long time. You get the sense he doesn't get, like, if anything bad happened, you don't get the sense that he, and you know him fairly well, he doesn't get perturbed easily. He probably deals with all manner of strange customer every day.
Okay. Yeah, Nero just makes a mental note of that.
He just plops back down in his old spot, and they go back to business.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
As the night goes on, before Nero finishes up dinner and he's had like a drink or two, he's gonna pull Ember aside for a quick question, for chat.
Sure. What's up?
Hey, first of all, your mom cooks just as well as you do. That's first of all compliments to her, to the family.
Whatever I know, I learned from her. So
Exactly. A few questions first of all.
Sure.
And Neo just thinks to himself, takes a moment and says, "I'm not sure how to ask. I'm gonna ask this as politely as possible. What is when I first saw your mother, she what's her skincare routine?" It's because I would like to know. It's really impressive.
Debt.
That's
Yes. Mine.
okay then. Okay, well, I'll take your.
The short version is she's well over 60.
What? Like he just takes.
She was in poor health, and the tavern was failing. I made arrangements to save the place that her and my father built and to restore her youth and health. In return, I owe a measure of service. I am working to become stronger so I can provide that service.
I see that actually, funny enough, that might answer my second question. When I look at the four of you, I understand why a guy like Zarvolg is here, out adventuring. I mean, he's a big, scary guy who looks like he's very good at killing people. It makes sense for him to become an adventurer. Finch, they're a paladin. It's in their job description. Yvaine, she's in the Shari. Those people, they just love wandering across the land sometimes. Want to see nature, all of nature and all its children, you know? I never really understood why you were out here. And I guess that answers my question.
That's as clear as I can answer it, because I don't entirely understand all of it my own self. I am beholden. I was asked to do a thing. That is the thing that I have done and continue to do.
And I guess I'll understand more of that in due time, I guess.
If history is any teacher, you will eventually meet my sponsor or patron or
debt holder.
Yes. He is a gentleman by the name of Lord Estrix.
Estrix. Have I ever heard of Estrix? No roll, just no.
No, well, there's some things like I don't really, like if you don't have grounds to know, then there's no way you could possibly know, right? It's like saying, I don't know, do I know that spelljammers exist when no knowledge of spelljammers exists in the world? So if it just doesn't make sense that you would know, then no, I'm afraid no roll.
Okay, that makes sense. And the okay, all right then. I guess he's seems like he's cut above the regular loan man, money man. You know.
He is a man of power and influence. How much and to what degree? I'm thinking my initial estimation was woefully pedestrian.
Yeah, and Nero looks one last time at his mom and says, "Yeah, clearly." And one more thing before I fuck off to bath and bedtime.
Sure.
Thanks. You stood up for me down there in the basements. When you didn't really have any reason to. I'm thankful for that. I am. If
You're very welcome. I believe in fair play and opportunity, and I also believe that everybody, to one degree or another, deserves an advocate. I felt obligated to be yours in that situation.
Well, yeah, not many people stand up for a guy like me, like them, especially not in front of their friends. So, thank you again. If there was anything you or your mom need me to help do or take care of,
We'll figure out what it is that we're going to try to get accomplished here. Probably with whatever goes on tomorrow. Get some food, which you've already had. Get sleep, a bath. We'll see about improving your kit and material, and we'll take whatever the next steps are on the morrow as we can.
well, thank you very much. You God-friended me, Emperor. I just shake his hand before I fuck off upstairs to bath and bedtime.
Good night, my friend.
Good night to you too.
Okay.
I'll go back to slinging drinks and whatnot with the rest of the staff, because might as well help if I'm home.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, and they're happy to have you.
I have unseen servant.
I
I can save somebody from washing dishes.
Oh, you saved somebody back there. And yeah, I'm with you on the staff with your newfound bartending powers. Quite helpful. Yvaine, you seem like you have some stuff you want to do.
Yeah, Yvaine is gonna wait for everyone to go away and stay in the stables with Camellia.
Okay, sure. Not terribly hard to wait till everybody's gone away. So yeah, you hang out in the stables. Yeah.
I'll shift.
Yeah.
We can speak in Druidic, but we don't have to, chitter. That takes longer to get the point across.
Yes, probably. Yeah, so you guys kind of hang out in the stables while everybody heads inside. She says, "Oh, hello, Yvaine. How was your day?"
It was actually crazy. It was crazy.
Oh.
It was supposed to be sort of gentle, and it wasn't. It was an emotional roller coaster. But it's good. How was your day?
Oh, I just kind of stayed in the stables. The horses are very nice. All your horses are very polite. Well, most of them. Zarvolg's is a little crass, but it's funny.
Yeah, Broom is he's a character, isn't he?
Oh, yes, he's a very funny horse. Oh, were you talking about Zarvolg? Oh, I'm sorry.
I was talking about both of them.
Oh,
Honestly,
yeah.
Fenn's a big goober, though.
Oh, Fen he's a very heroic sort.
He really is.
Oh, goodness. I've just been kind of staying in the stables. It's such a big city, it's a little intimidating.
I think there's probably a temple to Melora, and usually her temples are large green spaces, and it might be a place you feel very, very comfortable. I don't know.
I see. I know many druids do appreciate Melora, and I suppose I do as well. But my family always were devout to the Dawnfather.
Oh, that's wonderful. I'm sorry. I sort of just meant I don't really worship anyone. I just like sometimes to put my feet on grass and smell trees when I'm in the city.
Oh, yes. Oh, by all means, I understand what you're saying. Sorry. I admit, my social skills are not all they used to be. I wasn't raised by wolves, but I more often talk to them than regular people, so, I hope you don't mind my, not so good at talking.
No, fine. It's great. This is great. This is great.
Yes.
I was raised in a remote village in the north of the Cliff Keeps. I wasn't raised by wolves, but I was raised by Earthashari. So
Earthashari? Well, I haven't heard... I mean, I know of the Ashari, of course. But I didn't know they were in the mountains. How interesting.
We are stationed at all of the Great Rifts.
The Great Rifts?
Yeah. I guess if I remember the story, like it's all fairy stories because it happened like years ago, like a millennia ago or some such, but I guess in the war with the gods or some such, rifts opened up to other planes, the elemental planes in particular. So in Terra, not far away, is a rift to the elemental plane of Earth.
Yes.
And we guard against its encroachment. It hasn't happened in 40 years, you know. It's but you know, you stay vigilant.
Right. I admit, I think I know the Ashari protected something in nature, but it's been some time since I've met one. I don't think I've met an Ashari since well, I went into the hole, you know, the barrow.
You met Nashari then?
Not in the barrow, but before I became blighted.
Right on.
Right on.
Speaking of which, I'm sorry, this is where I'm socially awkward, and I hope you don't mind my being insensitive, but I was literally sent to talk to you by the champion of ravens, and I'm not...
That sounds like an important person.
Yeah, actually. It does, doesn't it?
The champion of ravens, goodness.
Yeah,
Well,
so like the Raven Queen is a goddess, and you know...
Yes.
Her champion.
Oh, a champion. Well, I've never met any Raven Queen people before. Not many, anyway, Raven Queen people before, but other than Alasterre, of course. Did he tell you how we met? He was suspecting that I might need killing. Very funny. But anyway, yes. What would you like to know, Shade Barrow?
So, when I went there, when I put my hand on the stone, everything about my magic felt wrong. Like I felt physically ill.
Yes.
Did you have a similar experience?
She sort of raises her hand and sort of like just kind of looks over the very like deathly pale appearance of her hand, and you look into her pupilless eyes and once more sort of observe, sort of fully take in her undeathly appearance, and she says, if I'm being quite honest, I've felt sort of that way ever since. Ever since I wasn't inside. Stumbled inside, really.
And it happened when the spectre touched you.
Yes. I think that's when all of my magics changed and my appearance changed, yes. When the spectre touched me. But I haven't been able to find my mother or father, the other druids, since I've been inside. Alastair tried to lend some suggestions, but, well, he's not one who knows the wilds quite like I think me and you might.
Right. You said you'd known Avandros. Sorry, Archdruid Avandros. And that she had a son and a daughter.
Oh yes, they were very lovely.
What do you know of the son?
Well, let me think. I gotta make sure I'm getting my lore right here, so, hang on, I'm just gonna quickly consult the, okay, sorry, I just don't want to get my facts mixed up, so just half a moment, and I'm gonna give you your answer. Ah, man, not there apparently. All right. The only issue is I'm gonna mix up the siblings. So if I end up contradicting myself, we'll know I'm wrong. But otherwise, so the son. Maybe I'll just ask because it happened in game. Do you guys remember who Avandros was saying to like keep when you were fighting the race? She's saying like keep away. Do you remember if it was a him or a her?
It was him. She just
Him.
kept
That's
saying
right.
Him.
Yeah. It says, oh, he was very kind. He is very nice. A little quiet. He liked. Well, there's a little bit of a black sheep in the circle.
I say.
He just kept to himself, and I think he felt differently about the druidic powers than often what the Archdruid suggests and what the other druids did. Just had a different perspective, not in a particularly bad way, I'd say, but just was a curious person,
Well, how
a little
so?
quiet.
Like, what were his thoughts? Do you know them? Had he ever spoken to you?
I think he was interested in sort of. I say darker magics, not in the sense of like black magic or evil magic or necromancy, just in literal dark magic, creating darkness, such as the darkness spell, and often had an interest in the actual element of shade and darkness itself. Whereas we other druids sort of were more towards the circle of perhaps the land or the moon or the more suspecting of the circles. Just had a different perspective on how to use the magic is all. But he was a good man.
She was protecting something. She was protecting a relic, a skull.
Oh, I see.
I don't know whose skull. I just don't.
She was protecting it? You know where she is?
She's gone.
Oh.
The champion came to take her. She had become a wraith.
Oh my goodness, she had become a wraith?
She's at rest now.
Oh, how dreadful. She looks very easily, she looks genuinely sad and worried.
I'm sorry. I told you I was awkward. I'm sorry.
Oh, this not your fault. I had no idea that she died.
And I believe her son did too. And I think I may have his skull in this pouch. Now, it might not be. It could just be another skull, but it is a masculine skull that the Arcdruid protected even in undeath. And if the Arcdruid was an Arcdruid of Pelor, undeath would not be something they would embrace with ease.
No, I'm surprised that she... I don't know much about... It might surprise you, but I don't know much about undeath and how that all works, but I guess I would be shocked to figure that she would be such a dark spirit.
I don't... See, this is where Alastair comes to me. I don't know that she was a dark spirit. Jasmine wasn't a dark spirit. She just got very, very sad and then she died. But most of her existence, she'd been, quite lovely.
Who's Jasmine?
Oh, she was a banshee. We helped her cross over.
Oh, okay.
But you see what I'm saying? Like, I don't think you have to be bad or evil, or that there has to be some ritual for something to become undead. I think you just have to be emotionally dysregulated in some way.
Oh.
It is terrifying because it's not difficult to be emotionally dysregulated, especially if you're dying.
I suppose you're right. That makes me very scared. I mean, I hope my mother and father are all right. If the Arcdruid is gone and her son's gone, what could have happened?
I don't know. But I think maybe I should go find Alastair and talk to him next.
Okay. Well, it was very nice talking to you. The news was admittedly difficult to hear, but you're very nice to talk to.
Thank you, and I'm really sorry for your loss.
Thank you. I think I should go to the Temple of Pelor tomorrow, perhaps.
I need to go to the Temple District anyway. We can walk together.
Okay.
All right, you'll say goodnight and
Yep.
into the bar.
All right. You enter into the bar. Oh God. I'm under a desk somewhere. Okay, there we go. Yep, you enter the bar in which you do see, you sort of come around the bar and you do see sort of shaken, not stirred off to the side there. Maybe sort of just like raises a little glass to you and then politely returns to her conversation with whatever individual she was speaking to.
Is the Concordant met up somewhere? Like, are
they're
we
here and there.
table?
It seems like they're here and there around the tavern. Nero and Ember maybe are completing a conversation. I don't know what Zarvolg and Finch are up to, but they're around. Nero's probably headed upstairs, it sounds like.
Because if Cressida's in the middle of a conversation, I don't necessarily want to intrude. Let me find Zarvolg.
He's at the
What
bar
are you
by
up to, Zarvolg? Just having an ale?
I just at the bar by himself having an ale.
Right. We need a longer bar for everyone to be so by themselves. Incredible. Yeah, you find Zarvolg easy enough.
So Yvaine pops up next to Zarvolg
Oh, hey,
in undercommon says pussy, and then orders a whiskey.
Oh, we're doing this, are we?
God, she sounds so evil.
No, we're not doing this. We haven't had a drink in a while. Oh my god, I totally forgot my accent too. Sorry. Yeah, no, we haven't done this in a while.
All right, let's have a couple.
Let's. So, what do you want to do? You want to do a manhunt first? You want to train first?
Oh,
Been training a lot lately, I've noticed.
yeah, I've been working on something. But I figured we might still need another day or so to head into the city. I love a good manhunt, and I'm always anxious to get a little combat in, but I don't mind if we take another day or two before we head right back out again.
All right.
I was going to do a little asking anyway, see if I could figure out a starting point for us.
For
For the, I believe it was a Bernie mage, right?
oh yeah, for the pyromancer. What's his name? Falcon Crest.
Yeah, I don't remember. I didn't take the information down, but somebody's got it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll take it with me, and I'm going to do a little asking around. Maybe somebody remembers him from when he was still in the field.
That's four copper pieces, 4 whiskey is fine.
Yeah, that's fine. We drink well.
We drink a lot. Not well.
Actually, you know something? On second thought, after the first one, she'll probably want something better, and we'll pay more for it.
Fair enough. If we'll say like the next step up is you go for like something of decent shelf quality. Why don't we pop that up to let's call it 2 silver a glass.
Perfect, thank you.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm
That's,
gonna,
and that's
From
much
whiskey
nicer.
to cognac. Well done.
Yeah.
anyway, so yeah, I thought I'd ask around town a little bit first, see if we could get a good starting point on this guy. And other than that, I thought maybe we'd take the time. Sounds like there's some shopping spree about to happen. I do want to ask Finch about where I can get a little organized training in this city.
Yeah. And I really need to get a hold of the Panisophical.
Right. So yeah, I figured we wouldn't start the manhunt first thing in the morning. It'll probably be give everybody a little time to settle in.
You're cool with that?
I am for now, yeah.
All right. Hey, so I've been working on a spell.
Oh,
Yeah. If I get it right, I can turn things into other things like big beasties. So remember when we were in the undead graveyard, right? So
yeah.
what if, just work with me here, what if I could have turned Fen into, all right, I've only seen it in a book, but for this spell, I only have to have seen it in a book. A mastodon. It's this giant, like, Oliphant-looking thing, but it's hairy. So giant tusks, and it can just trample over things. Like, how would you feel about, like, of course I would ask his consent, but how would you feel about having, or a Tyrannosaurus Rex, which is like a giant death lizard?
Oh, I do like the sound of giant death lizard. But the other thing, you said it's got tusks and it's tramples.
Oh, yeah.
He doesn't have to be purple, does he?
Oh, no. He can be red with yellow eyes if you'd like.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, no, I've got you. All right. I can't do it yet. I've sort of been... Happy lets me practice on him a little bit, but sometimes it doesn't go well. So, yeah, I won't try it on Fen until I know it's perfect. But potentially, we could have a lot of fun with this.
Yeah, I mean, as long as you don't mess him up, I'm sure he'd be very eager to be a little bit more badass. He's sort of a wuss.
You take that back. He's not a wuss.
Now he's
brilliant.
He's getting there.
You're shit.
No, he's awesome.
Wake up with wet boots.
Oh, actually, speaking of that, Yvaine, would you mind keeping Ben in your room here tonight?
Of course not.
Thank you.
Zara, I did want to remind you of something. If you're going to start training again, remember the tip from my mum? I can give you some salts and herbs and things. Take the water as hot as you can take it, but it will allow you to train more because you won't be as sore. I can give you some willow bark that can help with some of the inflammation as well. It's still small things, but...
Yeah, I might be able to use that. I plan on trying to learn a few new things, and that usually comes with a few bumps and bruises.
Yes, I am aware. I can also heal you at the end of the night, so just let me know.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome. So you're going to do the champion thing? You're going to do the champion thing, right? You're doing the champion thing.
And he just kind of like smirks, and his one tusk kind of juts out a little bit more than the others.
I have to admit, it does sound kind of appealing.
Right, so here's the thing. Finch doesn't even want to do it, so who's going to beat you?
Well, those big as fuck brothers are hers, I imagine.
Okay, but two of the brothers are disqualified because they've already done it, and the other one doesn't want to do it. I mean, okay, there is the one that really wants to do it, but he's sort of emo. You can totally beat him.
He's emo.
It's a big city. We'll have to see. Let me get a little training in, and we'll see what kind of talent the city has to offer.
Let me know if you're going to do it, and I'll see if there's some sort of medical corps I can volunteer for.
All right, sounds good. I think it's a ways off anyway, right?
Well, of course, but you have to train for it, you know? If it was next week, we'd be fucked.
Right. All right, I'll keep it in mind.
I'll be your corner person. I'll be your cut man.
Your corner person.
I do like that.
I love it so much.
I
Your
appreciate
corner person.
Giving
What do they do?
corner person.
And probably as they're talking, even though he's feigning resistance, probably his eyes are glittering more and more at the thought of public conflict.
Executions.
Yeah.
Oh, conflicts, right. No, it's not that extreme. Okay, cool. The idea of competition hits Zarvolg in the excitement mode.
In front of a crowd.
All right. The sound of the roar of the crowd, the glory. Okay, so is there? Let's see. Okay, Finch, what are you up to?
I think after all of the goings on, I feel like at least while we were back here for the night, like I probably would be like hanging by myself and like trying to absorb like all of the family interactions that I had. Specifically, probably thinking about like the conversation that I had with Kingsley, and then also trying to like keep my mind off of Xander's emo-ness. But like just trying to think about like what's going on there, but trying to be mindful of like when to actually like bridge that conversation, just given kind of like the reason why I left, what's happened since I've been gone, and like trying to like not just show up and like make things work.
I imagine Finch sitting at a table by themselves with a line of like 3 vodka shots, just like leaning back, like.
Oh, exactly that. Exactly that.
Ember?
I want to take, as I'm wandering mugs around, I do want to take a pair of mugs over to Jasper's table for him and his accountancy man.
Okay.
And
fair enough.
I'll set them on the table, and I'll point to one of the adjacent seats. May I?
He says, "Of course, thank you." He fiddles in his pouch, produces some coins.
It's not necessary. It's a
Well,
working
that's mighty
arrangement.
kind of you. Indeed. I hear you're the prodigal son who has returned.
Indeed. And eventually I'll have to leave again, but I know places in good hands with Mama and her partners.
She is skilled at her crafts, a fine cook, and, well, a great host.
And Ember will take a list that he has written of the bounties that we took off of the, and I will kind of turn the list in front of him. Are there any of those that we shouldn't look at?
He'll take a look at this. He says, well, I guess my question to you, sir, is, well, you seem to have a fine company with you, a paladin, I believe a druid, maybe some kind of hunter. You seem to have a capable lot with you.
We do.
I admit I don't know much about... personally don't have any information about Falcon Song and this Derivar fellow. I'd suggest only what you probably already know. Be prepared to face a magic user, as it says aptly here on the bounty. But yes, I would advise staying away from Exfratu Kar. Absolutely. A deadly vampire, to be sure, is what we are told from our sources. I would advise anyone to stay very far away.
Duly noted. I just wanted to make sure that none of them were under purview.
I understand what you're getting at. You didn't want my very limited tactical assessment of things.
I just wanted to make sure that there were no cross purposes.
I assure you none of these who follow that hold such a bounty upon their head are of concern to me and my associates, but I most certainly appreciate your coming forth, and I think I might pass along that the prodigal son has returned, if you don't mind, to my superiors. Very impressed with your tact, sir.
That's quite all right. It's important to me that Mom has got the help that she needs, and I appreciate the arrangement that you all have come to. The place is thriving, and I'm certain that that's in part to her ability and skill, and part your business acumen.
I see. Well, you can be assured, and as I'm sure you quite already know, my associates are well and truly spread across the city and understand the information flow and what happens here and there. If anything needs to be informed unto you, be assured the word will be crossed along. But no, these are have fun, if we call that fun.
Thank you. Enjoy your drinks, gentlemen. If you need anything, just flag down one of the servers.
Very well. He raises a glass. The other one just sort of drinks, and he goes, Oh, don't mind him. He's from the Dwendalian Empire. Not a very polite fellow.
Sometimes those are exactly the fellows we need.
I would say so. He has other talents. Good evening, sir. He'll return to his drink, and in fact, I think he'll close his ledger, his large book of stuff, and he'll sort of nod to his associate, and the two will probably turn in for the night. Incredible. You, Finch, coming back to you for a minute, you do hear sort of a seat sort of out, and you do see, indeed, Alasterre sit down. And he says, "So, what the fuck?"
Your reaction is as good as mine.
Have you all decided to... I can't imagine why you've decided to bring him here unless you want to dissect him for parts for research.
You know that's not my style, but I feel like we were approached by a compatriot of his who gave us a pretty compelling argument, and you know me, the law is as the law does, and it was seen fit and right that he was to be released in our custody, so while I don't necessarily agree, everyone is due a second chance, I suppose. Especially if that's what's deemed as right. So I guess he's in our care now.
Well, have so much fun with that. And when you inevitably get bored of it, I might have use.
Understood. Yes, I feel like I'm already. I don't like watch Beverly like run all around.
Yep.
Already felt like I was babysitting as it is. So, what's one more to this menagerie?
Indeed. Well, if you need any tips on handling power maniacs who have too much power, I could tell you a thing or two.
Oh, I may just take you up on that.
In the meantime, it looks like you've had a stressful day.
Sure did. I feel like everyone can relate. Visiting family. I love mine dearly, but at the same time, sometimes they're a little, in small doses. Sometimes they're a little much to handle.
Be thankful you have one. There's many around Tal'Dorei that don't have the luxury of being annoyed by their siblings.
I definitely hear that. Like I said, we were very close growing up. My father raised me, and then I led in, my brothers led, and I followed in their footsteps. I feel like most families do, there's a lot to live up to. Our name is very prevalent for many reasons, and now I've found out that my father is on the, is a Tal'Dorei Council delegate, so just very, very proud, but at the same time, it's they're big shoes to fill, and sometimes, while I definitely believe in some of the things that we do, at the same time, I feel like sometimes I find myself questioning what this all is all about. So, yes, just a stressful day.
Well, if you don't mind my saying, it seems like your days of following, so to speak, might be over. You're quiet, Finch, but you don't strike me as one to follow. Not as an insult at all. You follow quite well. I simply mean that, well, from one leader to what I think has the potential to be another, I think you're destined for more.
Me too. I feel like like I said, I take, I think there's just a lot to take in right now. I have some tasks back at home. Certainly want to go back and visit during a little less fanfare. I'll say that. Still
I
have some
did receive the... Oh, go ahead, sorry.
I was going to say, still have some business to attend to, but yes, I have no doubt. I think that the future is both different and bright.
I did receive the reports. I'm a fairly well-connected individual about this angel in Amon.
Yes, that was. You heard about that, huh? Okay.
I don't imagine that there's many people who didn't, who have an ear to the grindstone.
That's fair. And that's why I left. It was unexpected. I mean, it was unexpected for me. I was not aware that I was capable of such things. And not to tell you my life story, but in a moment of fear and panic, protecting my brother, who continuously manages to get himself into trouble and be a nuisance. The wings made themselves prevalent, and I guess the rest is history. And thank goodness that I am so blessed to have knowledge and connections. I turned to the ear that I felt would listen most, which is my mentor, Lady Kima, and she explained that my blood is that of a celestial. I think she called it ASMR.
I can't help but sit around and these days find myself sitting with my opposite. He sort of takes his sip and goes, "You have this blessed celestial blood. Mine many would consider to be tainted. You're...
Opposites attract, do they not?"
If you say so, Finch. You are, well, I don't know what it's like to be celebrated, but if there's one thing that I took from that report is that if you asked them to, I think people would follow. Just keep that in mind. It could be very helpful. Now, the real reason I came over here is because I happen to have made a little friend around this lovely tavern, and I suppose if you wanted to meet them, you could. Not a fellow paladin, but a paladin. And I don't know, I've heard you, I don't want to say battling with your faith or your oath, but I understand it's quite a struggle for most paladins. And
it is. I feel like I have no regrets. I am true to what I've committed myself to. I just feel like sometimes maybe it's not even my faith. Being here in the walls of Amon again, I feel like it's more I don't know, structure of all of this in general. I feel like a lot of it is pageantry at this point. There's tales when I was growing up as a young squire about what knighthood was and what it meant to be part of that noble order and what that stood for. And I feel like as I grew up, I came to realize that it just seems like I don't know, most times that the titles that are given are more in name only versus prestige or honor, or because of the works that one has done to acquire such a banner to their name. So that's where I struggle. I feel like honestly being back home and being amongst family again, not necessarily my faith in the Platinum Dragon. He's always steered me clear and true. It's more in how we carry that forward.
I see. Well, I suppose I can understand that. The Claret Order is a little more loose than I'd like. We have many who report directly to me, but there is far more splinter cells of our organization than I'd like, so I understand what it's like to feel like what you've built hasn't become, or what you built has become something that it wasn't meant to be.
Yes.
I could get that. I can very well understand that. Well, if you have any tips for unification, let me know. Maybe it's something we might speak of from time to time.
Yes, I think that would be good. Like I said, I feel a little overwhelmed just with all of the fanfare from earlier and just trying to. I know that I have a young squire myself now under my wing, and I don't take that responsibility lightly. So having her travel with us and trying to guide her to the best of my ability while also trying to guide myself is just sometimes a little bit makes the head a little busy, that's all.
I see. Well, I would highly suggest, maybe not tonight. Sounds like you've had a busy day, and, well, let's just say he's a bit, eccentric, my new friend here. But should your party ever need a ship and a capable sailor, he's your man, and I think you might take some, I don't know, something tells me that you might enjoy speaking to him. He is a paladin of very different morals than I think what you hold. Not in a bad way.
Interesting.
Different perspectives.
That sounds like at this point in my life, if I'm reflecting, I feel like I've been raised around just meeting the same people over and over again. The same faces, different names here and there, but just very much a cookie cutter of one another. And like I had said, it feels like, uniqueness and individuality is non-existent. So at this point in time, and honestly, experiencing the adventures that we've had, I wouldn't mind meeting somebody perhaps a little different.
I assure you, I don't think in all of Exandria there is a man quite like Shakur Marine. If you get the time, tell him I sent you over. I'm sure he'll talk your ear off. Have a good night.
You too.
We'll raise a glass, and then we'll leave you be. Okay. Is there anything else anyone would like to achieve this evening, or would you all like to find yourselves to the comfort of a bed?
Sounds good.
I would like to flag down Emma.
Yeah, absolutely. She comes over and says, what can I get you?
Hey, you run a tavern, and we're on the dock.
I do.
Could you tell me where a lonely young man might find some quality company for the...
Oh, I see. Most certainly. And she will give you a number of addresses with various levels of quality. She doesn't suggest anything too squalid, but she gives you a number of options and says, and that's them. Incredible. So you want to go? Yeah, you go out into the night to try and find you some company. Okay.
The dog with Yvaine, as I promised.
All right. And the dog is very happy to hang out with Mama Druid.
Yes. All right. So, I'm going to go talk to Ember very quickly because this is.
We have something very important to address before we get to anything else. Zarvolg, yes. You go to a tavern, or you go to, not a tavern, a place where ladies of the night and men of the night and others ply their trade. You find your way to the brothel known as the Sultry Stair. I think quite fitting for the docks. You head within, and you are allowed to take your pick of what you please. So, Zarvolg, what are you looking for? What are you shopping around for? There's plenty of beautiful individuals, various races, shapes, and orientations, shall we say?
Yeah. I guess it'll depend on the specific combinations. What do we have? I guess what do we have as far as female races and male races?
Okay. Okay. Let's see here. I'm just gonna like generate a couple here. And for whatever reason, NPC generation just is very hard on my brain.
Oh, that's all right. Yeah, randomly generated. That's one.
Oh my god, spelling. Okay, what do we got? All right, we're gonna sort of make them up. Okay, the first is a charming, beautiful blonde woman by the name of Lilith. She is very witty, very charming, and sort of has sort of tanny skin, sort of tanny brown skin. Probably very exotic, probably from across the sea. There is a very attractive male by the name of Cyrus. Pale, human again. He's sort of like, his whole thing is he like mixes drinks that are supposed to be very good, very strong, and is, but also applies the other trade. There is of course, a tiefling. Would a brothel be complete without a tiefling? There is a female tiefling by the name of Serenity. She's blue. She has like sort of curl horns, very lovely, dressed almost like sort of Arabian belly dancer-esque. There is a male tiefling, of course, who actually has leathery wings and has that very like classic devilish look. Thin black goatee, slicked back hair. His name's Raphael. Very exotic. And there's also a beautiful elven musician woman by the name of Arya.
What kind of elf? Like high elf or what elf?
High elf, very like, looks very like tasteful, like very high society-esque looking.
All right, let's go tiefling female then.
All right, you take Serenity, the sort of bubbly, vivacious belly dancer who moves with great grace and laughs infectiously and takes you upstairs. I don't know how much people pay for this stuff. Let's find out what the internet has to say.
12 easy payments of $19.95.
Well, yeah. Well, I'll tell you what. You're probably not going to anything too squalid, and she's a skilled worker, shall we say? This is not just any. Well, I'll tell you what. Would you have gone to just like any old brothel, or are you treating yourself here?
No, this time he's treating himself. He's looking for a pro this time.
All right, this is a pro, so that's 2 gold, sir. That's 2 gold.
All right.
Okay, now the most important thing. I need you to roll a con save.
Okay.
Set your satisfaction DC.
All right, 10.
All right. She's gonna have easy work tonight. Now I need you to roll me an athletics, acrobatics, or performance check to see if you satisfy her.
Oh no, 8.
8. I will say this, Zarvolg. What's your passive insight?
13.
First things first, she's fantastic. She is very flexible. She's very professional. She's it's not just like a run into the room and get it done. Like there's a seduction, sort of like off the shoulder, and the like taking the stockings down nice and slowly. There's a whole game to it, and she bends in ways you didn't know ladies could bend. And you know, you're going about things and you're completely satisfied. You're very much enjoying yourself, and you're like you sort of look back and you didn't think you gave the best performance, but you're sure you satisfied her. You're certain.
Good. All right. Yeah.
She made you believe that you gave her the time of her young life.
He is indeed a pro. I'm glad I paid for it.
You wake up the next morning.
Quality.
Absolutely. I'll tell you what. Why don't you take inspiration? I guess because you're just feeling you got the glow. You're all everything's better.
Yeah.
Yep, exactly. And you rest there for the night, so you wake up the next morning, and she'll like give you a kiss on the cheek and be like goodbye and all of this, and yeah, absolutely.
I might go broke in this place.
Nothing wrong with a little carousing. The adventuring life's a tough one. So with that, everybody may get a long rest. You'll all wake up in the morning. All of you, I'm sure, satisfied, some more than others. Yeah. And Amon is yours as you rise the next morning. Your companions here and there and all about. Some of them have all gone about their days, but others remain. So, what would you like to do this morning?
Can we have a breakfast meeting? You know, like back in the old days 2 weeks ago when we used to meet for breakfast and plan.
Yeah, I meant to mention breakfast before I left. I was kind of in a hurry to go.
You had something
No
else
problem.
on your mind.
Do we see Zarvolg come in? Like, does he do the walk of shame?
Yeah,
The
but
walk
then
of pride.
Oh, he has
my
no
friend.
shame. He has no shame.
Shame.
None.
The walk of pride, sir. The walk of pride. Yeah, so Nero, you come downstairs and I think you see like the party sort of all together at a table. I'm gonna say Beverly's there too. She's sort of got the MO of everything, but like literally everyone's there, including the animals. Happy's there, Fenn's there eating a bone off to the side. Beverly's there. Yeah.
I'm sorry. Are they on the table? Are the animals on the table eating? Like, have they ever seat at the table? Like the dog.
Happy's on the table, absolutely eating. Well, for breakfast today, and anyone who wants breakfast this morning, that's 5 silver. That'll cover you a day's worth of food. Let's see what we're serving. All right. It's going to be a pastry morning, and you're all served what is known as ved bread, and it is basically like a cinnamon roll, but rather than it actually being like cinnamon and all of that, it's sort of like a little more gourmet than that. It's got like sort of a mushroom, sort of like a mushroom with like cheese and various spices sort of filled in. They look like this.
Oh, that looks really good.
With everybody gets like a little block of cheese to go with it. It's hot, warm, fresh. Get a little glass of like orange juice or something with it. But yeah, you come downstairs, Nero, and you see everybody sort of sitting around the table and Happy on the table, just like devouring one of these veggie breads that are about the size of its torso. And you see everyone, you kind of, you see the morning meeting, and you're like, oh, okay.
That looks important. That looks important. I'll go over there. And Nero comes down to you see him come over to the table. He seems in a much better mood than yesterday. He seems actually shaved, surprisingly, and his hair's been cut back mostly.
And smells not like prison.
Not like prison or sweat or like. He's been on the road for last couple of weeks. It's been a while since he bathed. Okay.
Absolutely. But yeah, the Aurora Concordant settles in. Your companions are here and there and about the tavern themselves. You actually, I think you would see Balthazar, Alasterre, Camellia, this person Alaster's been talking to a bunch that reference to you, Finch. They're sort of sitting at their own table nearby.
As I'm walking by, I say, "Good morning, Alasterre."
Just flips you off as you walk by.
Oh, okay. It's like, I think we're gonna get along great.
We shall see. We shall see. But yeah, you all corral for your morning meal. Some vend bread. What would you like to talk about? What would you like to do?
So, what's on the plan?
I think A trip to the market's generally in order.
I would love to stop at Gilmore's, I'm not going to lie. I hear they have one. It's like supposed to be the flagship Gilmore's.
Oh yeah.
It would be cool. I'm just saying, we should do that as a group. We don't have to, but it would be cool.
Oh,
why not?
As you say that, really quick, Balthazar does approach the table, seeing the whole party corralled. Sort of towards you, Yvaine, says, "Good morning, everybody. Hope you're all having a fine morning." Yvaine, I believe I have some news. I think Alasterre somehow managed to arrange us entrance to the Lyceum. Not full privileged access, but apparently he's somewhat connected there. So, if you had a mind to, we could go visit some point today.
I would love to. That sounds brilliant. Yes, I've got plans today. When are we going?
Whenever you please, I suppose.
Can we go?
I'm sure Alastair can put it off if you're busy today, but I thought I'd pass that along.
Jenna looks at the group and is just like, all right, so what if we go shopping right after breakfast? Does that sound good?
Yeah, that's fine with me.
All right, as soon as I'm done with shopping, I'll immediately come back in and we can go to the Lyceum.
Oh, by all means, I'll meet you there.
Excited.
Okay, fantastic. And he sort of returns to his own table. Cressida is nowhere to be seen this morning.
And I'll.
Too bad.
Man, I forgot. What's the name of the vampire? The one with the bounty.
Gratu Car.
No, we're going after Falcon Song.
No. I know.
All right, sorry.
Since you're going to be looking at things having to deal with everyone's favorite graveyard, put this guy on your list. It's the same set of books, I'm guessing.
What was his name again?
Is Ratu Car, I believe.
IXRATTU space KHAR. Ixratukar.
All right.
Vampire.
Excellent. Ember, I had a thought. And I don't know if this is indulgent or not, but there are going to be times when we need to speak amongst ourselves, maybe not in the middle of everywhere. Should we furnish the basement? Make it like our little tactical suite?
I think basement's already spoken for.
Oh, bummer. All right.
Couple rooms upstairs.
Well, that's worth saying, folks, is indeed the second floor does have a sort of private, I don't know, lounge space, I guess you could call it.
No, that's
So you guys...
perfect. Perfection.
Cool.
That's all we were hoping.
Complete with a tactical map table.
Indeed.
Hey, that's
No, that's all I wanted to do is carve out a space for that. That's great. And when do we want to go to the cloud top to visit Miss Vysoren?
Let's get you and Balthazar into the Lyceum because you've got access. We'll get some shopping done. We'll do a kit and clothing. And I will kind of roll my eyes in Nero's direction with all due apologies and upgrade. And then we'll go to the Cloud Top District. So tomorrow is soon enough, unless somebody else has a pressing need to get there. At least we'll look presentable when we go.
Would it be wise to have the letter of introduction sent there ahead of us?
I would like to remind about, because you guys did talk to Kima about all of that. She said that she would put a word in for you, but despite the fact that she's her wife, Allura is a wildly busy individual. And, it might behoove you to get a little local action one way or another before, you could, and it might be a very good idea to go to the cloud top and get your name going in there. She did say that too.
To get on the list, and then, if we can put a pin in this
So basically,
starter, that
if we're going to go on a manhunt, we send them the letter ahead of us saying, "Hey, yeah, we're here," and then we go do something noticeable. So then she hears it from both directions, and I think that sounds like a plan.
Sounds good to me.
Ooh, I gotta roll to see if anything cool happens this morning. Nope. I've got a list of things that I want to just happen randomly, and it'll happen eventually, hopefully.
Hey, Finch.
Yes, sir.
Your people like your brothers, not necessarily your brothers, but people like your brothers. Seems to be a city that fosters organized combat training. Where do I find something like that? Someone like me.
Interesting.
You know where. You know where. You know where.
See,
Where it all happens. Where it all happens. You know where.
well, the thing too is, right, like Czar is a follower of the Stormlord, right? So I feel like I wouldn't really be referring him to places that like I necessarily would be like aware of.
Oh yeah, where it all happens on the day of challenging, that is the grounds of the Stormlord.
All right.
So if you wanted to refer him in that direction, that is an option. But there are, of course, options towards your own religion.
You can give him a pamphlet on the way in.
Here you go. Have you ever heard of our Lord and Savior Bahamut? So where you'll want to be headed is the God's Brawl Arena. That is where the day of challenging is held, and where you will likely find individuals like yourself whom may be able to assist with whatever it is that you're looking to achieve with that.
I don't think I've ever heard Finch speak more spitefully about a group of individuals before.
So it's the guy. You're telling me that I can just show up at this big arena and I'll be able to get into some sparring?
I mean, you can show up. As far as what happens after that, I mean, I could say, but I want to hear it from you firsthand.
Okay, sounds good.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So. Oh, I'll put it up on, I don't think I had swapped it out today, but I'll put the map of Amon up in Roll20, and you guys can decide what your day looks like.
Okay. Nero's gonna quickly ask Finch real fast. Hey, I didn't think of this. This didn't come up the other day, but I was wondering, how much gold did it take to buy me out? Did they just did you put that up, or like who? Or
We
did
didn't. No, we didn't foot that bounty. Your compatriot did.
oh how much?
I don't recall if she said or not, so you'll have to take it up with her.
I see. Yeah. Start getting some cash around here. Good lord. Good grief. So yeah. I'm pretty good at wearing leather armor. I can handle that pretty well. Like I'm pretty simple back. Mostly there's just like a couple things I could use actually.
Okay,
We'll get that taken care of this morning.
Yeah, I think
Okay.
Yvi said that we wanted to go shopping, so
I mean-
we'll see what you can get you.
Perfect. Thank you. Whatever you say.
Yeah. So, one thing that we should just go ahead and call out is that it is possible that the Myriad either still has a contract for him or has another contract for him. They will know what he looks like. Does it behoove us to use a different name? To change his appearance, whether by disguise or spell or some such? Like,
I know disguise self easily.
but do you see what I'm saying? Should we, until we know what's going on, or even if he's being hunted, would it be wiser to downplay his existence? Sorry, Nero, I know that's not comfortable, but
Yeah, people have overlooked me my whole life.
what does anyone think about that?
I feel like that makes sense to me, especially if we're concerned that somebody, some parties, whether we're aware or not, will be able to recognize him. I don't think that that would hurt, at least for the time being. Maybe as we get further out, we don't have to take such precautions, but at least for now, I think that that's smart, Yvaine.
Well, I think that getting a change of clothes and a change of circumstance and a change of company may be sufficient. A lot of magical subterfuge has limited duration and utility. It isn't good enough to cover you for an entirety of a day.
Yeah.
It's usually more short term ish. I'm not familiar with Sky Self specifically, but I would suspect that, like, my arrangement with Red, it requires constant upkeep.
It doesn't require concentration. The spell lasts about an hour.
So maybe you try to use it when you're not here, or maybe
Yeah.
can you disguise yourself like an actor does?
So I'll tell you what, Nero, since the rest of the party largely, other than, the recent adventures, hasn't had much interaction with, like, being a criminal and being hunted as a criminal and all of that stuff, why don't you go ahead and make me an insight check as to notoriety, being caught, and all of that stuff.
Okay. Does anybody have guidance before I make the roll?
I
This
can
is
guide you.
this is something that's happening within his mind. He's not like,
alright.
you know what I mean? Like when you...
Okay, let's hope. Better this time. 12.
12. It's not a high DC. You've been doing this for the larger part of your life, probably. People don't know faces, like, very well. Like, people like locally might hand around an image on like a high priority target, but like your bounty when you were hunted by the city didn't even have an image on it of you. So and your area of operation was out east, so you're in a new town, a new city where maybe less than a handful of individuals know your face. So as far as visual goes, that's not a huge concern. People don't know faces too well unless they've seen the person before or seen your likeness, which isn't usually, certainly not in this new city. As for your name, like, just don't tell people your name who you think are going to be who are going to spread it around, you know?
Yeah.
So it's not too hard to fly under the radar as long as you don't make a show of yourself.
Yeah. Yeah, I informed the rest of the gang about that. Like, I should be fine. Just I don't make a peacock of myself. I should be fine.
You have another name you can use.
Thomas.
Sure, something you'll answer to. If someone
Okay,
calls you that.
Okay,
We'll just let it come up naturally. There aren't so many. It's not such a distinctive name that everyone is going to fall under that category. As long as we don't run first name and last name together,
yeah,
it should be fine.
Yeah, I cannot be the only Nero in the world.
There's also, and I gotta say, if there's ever a place in the world to sort of get lost in the crowd, it's Amon. This is a city of hundreds of thousands of people.
And we're going to radically change the circumstance of anybody who's looking for Nero. He was a loner. He's now traveling in company. He was, no offense, destitute and a little bedraggled.
At that particular time you found me.
He's clean shaven. We're gonna upgrade his kit. He's going to look more presentable. That may be sufficient to the task.
So I am just bringing the things up. I leave it to your discretion. If you think it's fine, then it's fine. I'm sure it is.
No, it's a fair point. I would be more concerned if I was still out east.
Zarvolg says to Yvaine in undercommon,
I think you should pretend he's your husband.
Yvaine registers a little.
A human?
What did they say? Like I lean over to Ember, like, wait, what did they say?
I have no idea. They have whatever that language is in common, and they needle one another back and forth all the time.
Yeah.
I will say, Nero,
judging by the reaction, I'm thinking it was sarcastic at minimum.
And as a note, Nero, like, the language you heard was basically like, like it was like black speech from Tolkien, like what Sauron speaks. It was like the most like fucked up, like evil language you've ever heard.
Out of Zarvolg's mouth, I expect that. Out of Yvaine's mouth, I'm a little surprised by.
She's a dirty drow.
He doesn't know that.
Hell yeah.
She's a dirty what?
She said she's a dirty drow. That's great. Okay. As you all intend to set out for a day of shopping and other things, where's the party head first?
Gilmore's, right? We're going to Gilmore's first? We're going to Gilmore's?
We're going to Gilmore so you can then go to the library.
Then you can drop her off at the library for the day.
and I make clear to the party, look, if you need anything from me, I'm up for it. I'll help clean the dishes if you need me to.
Well, now that you're offering.
No. Hold on, man.
All right, you guys all hop upon horseback. Yes! And we'll get to Gilmore shortly, but let's take a break now, as I have rolled a city encounter. So we'll see what finds its way on your path before you get to old Gilmore's. Because we have moments to prepare, too. Cool.
Carmen was talking about little beasties frolicking through the forest.
Gotcha.
Well, he was asking about why there isn't a Slayer's Take or something similar to it in Iman. I'm like, well, because you've got the Scar of the Cinder King. Stuff's not going to live around there. You're not going to have problems, but you've got elemental problems and elementalists taking care
Why
of.
there isn't a Slayer's Take? That's actually an interesting question.
Yeah, because I feel like Tal'Dorei's a big place. Like they could.
I mean, there could be
okay.
Ryan.
I think they don't need Slayer's Take because, like, there's a Slayer's Take up in Isilra because Isilra is largely untamed. It's only Vasselheim. It's the only city in the entire continent. Whereas here, there's multiple cities. There's the Daxio Outriders. There's the Centaurs that ride across the dividing plane who sort of take down monsters. There's the Goliath herds that hunt for sport. So there is already sort of like a natural ecosystem that takes care of like extra dangerous monsters. Whereas Isilra is full of untamed wilderness. I think that'd be my explanation anyway.
I guess. Makes sense.
Finch, I want you to roll me a d4.
Okay.
By the way, Eric, great shots.
4.
4.
4.
Perfect. Sorry. Take it easy, me. Okay. I love stirring the pot.
Ryan,
What?
you got that thing going on when you're feeling puckish.
Yeah, I know it's gonna be. I rolled some random dice and I don't know what it is, but whenever I roll random encounter with this table, it all just bow ties. It all just comes together, bow ties so nicely for me.
Oh yay.
Yeah. I'm just writing down all these names so I can.
I'm scared but thrilled.
Scared but thrilled. Excellent. I
Last
want
time,
that on a. I'm gonna advertise that. Quote, scared but thrilled. And your name is. And last thing I gotta do is pull up a little something over here. Okay, here we go. All right, we're seconds away. All right, we've made it. As you are all off and about and very excitedly making your way to Gilmore's Glorious Goods, the original great magic shop of Tal'Dorei. Maybe, just maybe, you'll be lucky enough to see the famous proprietor, Sean Gilmore himself, who a great ally of the famed Vox Machina. Who knows? The sponsor, your first sponsor, Vox Machina. Who knows? Who knows what lies ahead? But as you are making your way through the central district on your way over to Adart's Promenade, you hear, "Stop! Thief!" And you see darting through the alleys, maybe it's definitely not Nero, he's with you guys. This
I swear to God.
young, maybe like, I swear, everyone just like looks behind them at Nero away from the sound. Like, that's
Right.
like 2 streets over, they're like, what the fuck? What the
He
fuck?
throws up his hands like, it wasn't me.
Wasn't me.
That's probably what happened.
I imagine Nero actually goes, like, prepares to run and goes, oh wait, I'm not. That wasn't me.
Oh wait, I'm not me this time.
Oh wait, that wasn't me that time. That's weird. That's new. So you hear, stop, thief! You all look at Nero and then maybe look back when you realize it isn't Nero. And you see this young woman, late teens, early 20s, maybe. Very, very simple leathered armor and sort of like, lower born clothing. Darts off with a purse in their hand, and you see this much more finely dressed individual, a noble probably, sort of like, get them, and sort of takes off down the street. What do you all do? Do you do anything, or do you just sort of let it happen?
And now I'm going after them.
A Finch, without a word, goes riding down the street. Yvaine?
I would like to cast Hold Person.
What I'm going to say was like a quick shot. Like, you
All
guys,
right.
so in turn economy, like, you're looking down the street and it's like maybe like a 15-foot wide street. You just kind of see him run and then sort of wipe before you can get a spell off, if that makes sense.
Got it.
Yeah. And it's also a little far away. So
Alright.
it doesn't run like right in front of your party. It's like a street or two down. But you want to go after too?
I'm going to stay with Finch.
All right. Finch takes off. You go, oh, okay. Come after Finch. People immediately make way. You hang a left down the street, Finch, and very much like as you take that left, another rider comes riding down the street, possibly at the same sentiment, and comes into almost sync with you, Finch, and you sort of look over and you kind of do a double take, and you see none other than your brothers Xander and Agard. That's what the D4 was, and I was like, yes! Yes. You see Xander and Agard had the same idea and just happened to be crossing down the street totally by the power of random encounter. Thank you.
Looking for little old ladies to help, I see.
Thank you, dice gods. Yes, the newly anointed paladin, Xander Andegard, goes charging down the street next to you, and you guys kind of double take and sort of look, and he goes, Finch? What the hell are you doing here?
What the hell are you doing here?
This is... whatever. And he just... and you guys kind of keep going, like, together, but, like, basically, like, whatever is like, we're not going to have a conversation right now. We're chasing a thief. You see the thief shoots down an alley to the left as you're in tow. Do you want to try and take the alley first in front of Xander, or do you let him take the alley first?
I think I'm going to let him take the alley first.
Such a saint, such a saintly soul. You let Xander take it. You sort of do you like let him intentionally, or do you like make it look like he's the faster rider?
I make it look like he's the faster rider, yeah, for sure. Because I feel like, through all of this, I haven't really approached him yet about what has been going on, but like obviously, he's very bothered. So I feel like this is an opportunity for me to like sort of try and let him have his moment. So I'm gonna make it look like he edged me out on the turn.
Got it. I want you to either make me a deception check, or if you're proficient with animal handling, you can make it like a charisma animal handling check. Your choice.
Okay, let's see here. I have a better deception. That's a 14.
Or 14. Oh, that's a D12. Yeah, you take that corner. You like go to take that corner. You kind of make it look like you second guess yourself. You kind of like hold back. You don't sort of play chicken. Play it a little cautiously. Xander tears down the alley. You're close on his heel. You're a skilled rider. Yvaine, you come up afterward, and you guys go riding down the alley after this person who's sort of like jumping over boxes and making their way around gate. They're small. They know what they're doing. They're kind of taking the alley. It's definitely like a single file alley here. I need you to make an animal handling check to keep on the thief's trail while being able to steer your horse around and over boxes and crates and garbage and whatever else might be back here.
19 minus 1, so 18.
18. Your DC was higher because Xander has the benefit of the entire alley to sort of plan for, whereas you're just sort of like reactively dealing with things as they come past Xander, but you succeed.
Okay.
Xander's doing good too, weaving through everything, jumping over, bolting, having the horse sort of vault over everything. Both of you are riding expertly down the alley until you guys finally corner it. Xander hops off of his horse, pulls out his sword, and he says, and fucking whatever. He says, all right, you got nowhere left to run. Hand over the gold. You're coming with me. And you're there too, Yvaine. You catch up at this point. And you hear sort of from the shadows, you hear, whoa, 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 hold up there, son. And you see a dwarf step from the shadows.
Dwarf.
The dwarf. You see this individual steps out of the shadows. He is fairly sorry. He's fairly finely dressed. He has sort of like it's a little swashbucklery, but it's very refined. This blue jacket with sort of tailcoats all the way down to his heels. He's bald on the head. Other than eyebrows, there's no hair on his head. He's sort of a little darker skin, a little tanny skinned. But he's fairly finely dressed. He's sort of like upper middle class merchant dressed. He's got like a gold chain around his neck, like a thin one. He steps through and goes, oh, easy there, easy there. Sure you good nights. I've only put this little ruse together because I wanted to speak with your associate, actually. I admit I don't know who you are, but if you'd be so kind, give him the gold. But I just want to have a little conversation, if you wouldn't mind. And Xander looks a little confused. He goes, what? The woman throws Xander the gold, and he catches the gold and he goes, well, wait a second, that's burglary. You got to come with me and answer justice. This individual says, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Caden Grinthorn. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. This was all just a little theater, you understand. No harm, no foul, I hope you understand. I hope you won't press the issue. I simply wanted to have a private conversation with good Finch and a guard there. Xander, like,
Okay, then.
sort of looks back at you. He says, pleasure to meet you. Hi, Paladin Finch.
Stick my hand out. I'll shake it.
You sort of got off your horse. You come up too.
Yeah.
He shakes your hand. Xander's like, wait a second. What? This was a crime. We're not just going to let this go. Right, Finch?
It wasn't a crime,
Yeah,
Xander. It wasn't a crime. It was theater. Someone was trying to get Finch's attention.
I'm sure the noble didn't feel that way. You're just trying to get out of this. I will say, passive insight wise, this dwarf is clearly a talker, but you do sense that yes, this is what he says is genuine.
Yes.
And you see Xander's a little faltering, that he sort of senses the charisma. Maybe doesn't want to believe it, but you sense that this dwarf individual is convincing. He's truthful in this moment. They could be lying. How are you? They should go to. They should answer to justice.
Brother.
Xander, let's go find the noble and return the gold. If he wants to press charges, Finch is right here. They can press charges. Find the noble.
You can either both make persuasion checks, or one of you can make it at advantage. Your choice.
Finch is going to make it with advantage.
Okay.
We're not going to bank on my charisma.
Yeah, I was gonna say my persuasion's pretty good. 13, and that's that's a nat 20 plus 5, so 25.
Xander sort of sneers at you, sort of like lowers his eyes, and he puts the sword away, and he just kind of like like sort of sighs and mounts back up on his horse and makes his way out the alley without another word, but definitely gives you the stank eye on the way out. And then sort of just leaves down the alley without another word.
And I'll just kind of like watch.
Does he leave without Yvaine?
Yeah, you get the sense he doesn't have intentions of taking you. It doesn't seem.
Okay. All right, and then I'll turn back and give my attention back to the dwarf.
Sincerest apologies. I didn't mean for any sort of drama to arise.
I mean, you're in the city, and you did stage a robbery to get my attention, so I feel like one can't be too surprised at this reaction, but that's neither here nor there.
That's fair, that's fair. Maybe a little drama was indeed intended, but in a moment you'll understand why I am an individual who attracts such things.
I am interested. Go on.
Well, my associate here, admittedly, is a member of the Clasp, and you, Finch and and your little band, Yvaine Starborn, I've heard of you as well. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. The Aurora Concordant has spread a little wildfire of adventuring excitement out east. It was only by sheer luck that I happened to be in touch with some associates in the Clasp and heard that you were in town.
Mm-hmm. Yes, we'll be here for a little while, tending to various things. Is there something that we can help you with?
Before we proceed, would it be all right if my associate here was allowed to be paid for their time and leave, and then we could continue our business?
Sure, that's perfectly fine.
Excellent. He produces a small pouch of coins from his bag, or not even a small pouch of coins. He produces 2 gold coins from his pouch, and he puts them in the hand of the young woman, and says, "Thank you very much for your time, and please tell your employers that I'm ever on the hunt." She sort of nods and sort of smiles at all of you and gives you a little I don't know, a little cocky, how's it going? And kind of walks by. And he says, "Well, thank you so much for your understanding and your time. Perhaps you might have heard of me. I happen to actually be a manager for an individual who calls themselves Broadstaff. Now, my employer, Broadstaff, happens to be the leader of a very, very special and very, very exclusive organization known as the Brawlers League. You ever heard of us?
Would Finch have heard of that?
High DC, go ahead and make a history check.
All right, history is not my strong suit, but 17 plus 1.
I'm afraid not. Yvaine? You're muted.
I didn't roll. I don't feel like she'd know who they were.
Fair enough. Yeah, you guys haven't heard of it.
Okay. Yeah. Can't say that I have. Can you enlighten us?
Of course, most happily. So, the Brawlers League is a blood sport, my friends. Thus the need for such secretive conference, but very, very famous across Tal'Dorei. I could give you the history about how it rose up during Grassic's dynasty and so on, but that's not what you want to hear. What you want to hear about
I would love to hear that, actually.
Oh, that's not usually the reaction I get, but I'd be more than happy.
Tell me
yes,
everything in vivid detail.
I would be more than certainly happy to. So, back during this, before the Scattering War, during Drasig's dynasty, it was considered a very cruel era, and many of Amon's affluent and indolent social elite used their great wealth to engage in entertainment of the more visceral variety. The kingdom's poor were already fighting each other for scraps, so why not pay them to literally fight each other to the death for amusement? And so, the Brawlers League was born. Of course, it was outlawed when more, shall we say, respectable heads came to power, and Tal'Dorei and so on and so forth, but the Brawlers League endured, and once a year, we hold a little secret competition at an unknown location at an unspecified time that invites only the most interesting combatants to take place. Usually we scour the underworld for such fighters, but when opportunity arises, I happen to be the foremost scouting manager of the league. And after I heard of your exploits in the East, the drama is just too good. I knew I had to try and reach out to all of you.
I understand.
You're recruiting groups.
Aye, there's group bouts, there's singular bouts. It is an annual gladiatorial tournament that caters expressly to Exandria's wealthiest elite for their viewing pleasure. So, if you're willing to take part, there is... Aye, to the death.
No, thank you, though.
You sure? There's nothing obligating you to take part in, you'll know who your competition is. I'm sure your life is already filled with blood sport. Not sport per se, but danger and such, and I have to say, a deeply, deeply, deeply financially beneficial proposition. Might I note, some of our own famous additions to the Brawlers League quite a while ago now, but back during their great reign, Vox Machina themselves fought in the Brawlers League. I believe something happened about a unicorn. Something about I think the gnome turned someone into a unicorn and the Goliath ripped him apart or something like that. It was very entertaining.
I've heard that. I thought that was a tall tale, but apparently not.
At this point, I want to pause. Would the three of you have tried to have caught up?
I think we would have, or at least I would have gone in the general direction, but not quite as. Seeing that they seem to be racing toward it, I'd have tried to follow, whether successfully or not, at a little bit more controlled pace.
Neo takes a deep sigh and thinks, "This is what I've reduced myself to," and he follows after Finch because, well,
Hey, don't run. Stay with me. We'll mosey in that direction, but we don't have to be quick about it.
Yeah, they can handle it.
Yeah.
Okay, I have no doubt in my mind.
Yeah, Nero's taking no pride in chasing down a pickpocket. He is not taking pride in that. What have I become?
We'll get there eventually.
Yeah, we'll catch him eventually.
Didn't go to chase a pickpocket. I went to stay with Finch. So I wasn't going to let Finch run off alone.
So
Can handle himself.
I'm not going to really make you guys roll. It's very did you see where the shining two paladins in clad armor and the crazy rabbit girl went? I'm sure people will very easily be like, that way, and you can follow the trail of battered back alleys to them. So I'll say at this point, Zarvolg, Ember, Nero, and whoever else does arrive at this point.
Oh, you found a dwarf.
Hello. I see the rest of your companions.
And I'll just go around really quickly and introduce them.
Pleasure to meet you. Pleasure to meet you.
Let's see here.
Creighton Grimthorn, pleasure. I have put a handout out now.
Creighton here was explaining to us what the Brawlers League is. Is there any way that I could do a quick insight check just to evaluate? Because I know the terminology was for the wealthy, right? But I feel in this moment, Finch is still probably trying to feel it out. Is this a legal? I'm sure it probably is, but to what extent of harm is it? Is it is this going to push against my my oath kind of thing, or is it more just I feel I'm just trying to get a vibe, what level of harm that this actually.
I think that's not something you can insight necessarily.
Okay.
I think, but you can continue to investigate and ask him questions. Absolutely. But as for violating your oath, this is absolutely illegal.
Right. Because I feel just the words underground.
Yeah, no, blood splort blood sport, like gladiator shit, is absolutely illegal. I think what I would say is, like, the law must be respected.
Right.
And you can decide for yourself. Like, I'm not going to say, like, every time that the law, in every single instance where the law is, like, tinily violated or any way that will, like, destroy your oath or anything like that. So you can decide for yourself if this is, like, because, you know, not all laws are just, or some laws are too strict, and you know, different organizations might do things under the table that aren't strictly legal but not harming anyone.
Kind of like a Robin Hood situation versus like really causing harm.
Yeah, exactly. So in those so I think the idea is, like, let's say, like, the lawful must be respected is the best way to think of it. You know, like, it's good to respect the law.
Yes.
You get it. But you can keep asking him questions if you want to know more about the morality of it all.
I feel like there was a good summary. So you are looking to recruit then? That is...
Aye, that's indeed. We look wide and far for interesting competitors to fight, whether in group or singular combats, all consenting, of course, and all to be paid quite well.
Oh, you're looking for competitors.
Oh, yes. Allow me to update your new arrivals here. My name is Creighton Grimthorn. I'm a fight manager of the Brawlers League, which is an annual secretive gladiatorial tournament that caters expressly to Exandria's wealthiest elite for their view and pleasure. And I would like to extend an invitation to the Aurora Concordant to come out and possibly win magnificent prizes. Yes, Nero.
Would Nero have heard about these people?
Make a history check. It will be lower DC for you because you are from those circles.
Yeah. I feel like it'd be weird if he never heard of these guys.
It's possible.
History?
History, yeah.
Okay, history.
Yeah, this is a knowledge check.
8.
You have not heard of the Brawlers League.
The D&D Beyond dice, they hate me. Like, I've rarely rolled above 13 of
Get
this.
some physical dice. Get a chief set. They can't be any worse.
And I know, but it's like, you gotta prove like I'm not blind, you know.
That's what you like. But yes, you and I don't think it's not unfitting that Nero hasn't heard of it, because, like, you come from a very, like, ragtag band of thieves, and certainly not like great warriors and gladiators, and this is a very like low-key thing. So no, you have not heard of the Brawlers League.
You said you're a manager. What's a manager do?
Well, I scout talent. That's my primary job. I also am responsible for finding the location of the events and setting the time and date. It is, we always try and pick a different location every year. So, those sorts of responsibilities.
And pray tell, dear manager, how did you scout us?
It was not, well, hearing of your quickly growing legend wasn't terribly too hard. I travel all over Tal'Dorei looking for talent, and you have all made quite a little wildfire in Westrin. There's even some whispers on the street of your involvements in Stillbin, and, well, I happen to have been lucky enough to have been in Amon at the time of your arrival here in the past couple days, and I often seek talent through the Clasp. They're very helpful information gatherers, talent gatherers, and it seems they know of you all. So that is why I staged that little robbery.
My good friend, Mr.
Mr. Grimthorn, sir.
Grimthorn, okay. Mr. Grimthorn, good to meet you. How much does this pay exactly?
Very, very well. Well, it depends on how well you do, of course. You are, of course, paid after the bout. No sense paying those who will not be successful in their endeavors. But after each bout, you will be paid quite well. Depending on how far you go in the competition, it could be anywhere from hundreds of gold pieces to maybe the grand prize of maybe a couple thousand gold pieces. It all depends, of course, on how much talent we gather, how many people will be showing up to the Brawlers League, how big the pot is, the betting. It's a little loose, but I guarantee you, if you do well, your pockets will be much heavier by the time you exit. I can promise you that.
It's like Nero gives a look to Finch, like, I'm okay with this.
I think I'll if you excuse me, and I'll try and
By all means.
gather the team a little semicircle huddle. Yeah.
It's like,
So what do you think?
Oh, I'm definitely in.
I'm in. I'm up for it. I'm up for it. I can't keep living on charity all the time.
I hear that.
Yvaine, you're muted.
Yvaine.
I think 2,000 gold is a sucktastic big prize. Think about it. Think about how we've been paid. If our lives are going to be on the line, why are we going to do it for less gold? For sport.
Mm-hmm.
We have important things. We actually have things to do. We don't need to do this. Thank you, Cass.
They can negotiate a higher price.
Ember, your thoughts? Unamused.
No, I'm of two minds.
Mm-hmm.
One is that it would help cement our local renown, which is one of the items that we're hoping to achieve.
Mm-hmm.
The other is the not insignificant concern about bodily harm, but we've put ourselves in jeopardy for less, sometimes for nothing at all other than it being the right thing.
Mm-hmm.
And it would give us an opportunity to pull punches. My first question would be whether the outcomes are mandatory. To not pull any punches is to the death mandatory, or will capitulation suffice?
Mm-hmm. I think that's fair to ask.
If there's no fight left in them, then there's no fight left in them.
And
So
all
I
the
do
rules
want
against
to.
revocation magic.
I do want to make a quick specification as we're talking about this, just as I'm reviewing the information. And he'll say it like he can't hear you, but for whatever reason, he's chiming in. He says, to be clear, death, the fights are meant to be until defeat. We don't encourage killing, but it happens. It's blood sport, but it's not, executions.
Okay.
That actually does change things.
I might also put out there that if the coin doesn't appeal to you, what also might appeal to you is that, the wealthy elite of Tal'Dorei, even some people who, abjure such horrors, place bets from behind the scenes via sending stones and such. So if money's not what you're looking for, maybe getting your name out there is certainly helpful, spreading your legend amongst the high society.
I'm picturing Zarvolg with the big anime sparkly eyes at this point.
And Yvaine probably just looks at Zarvolg and goes,
"We all know."
All right, I'm in.
I think there is an additional advantage. And the additional advantage is we are sometimes reactive as opposed to proactive, the Anaheg being the notable exception. This may provide us with an opportunity to exercise that and to, depending on when, test some of our muscles in a less than life or death situation.
Mm-hmm.
I also want to be clear that if any individual feels like this isn't the right opportunity for them, I'm willing to go. I'm willing to go for myself. I'm happy to fight with the group, but I don't necessarily require the group in order to be interested in them.
Yeah, understood.
If it adds any credence or assistance to how this all works in organization, yes, of course, make no mistake, this is an offer. By no means is anyone obligated to take up anything. I'm certainly not here to threaten or coerce. This is merely an opportunity I wish to extend. You're all up and coming, and there's an excitement to that, and it adds drama to everything. That's just why I come. But so you know, there are 2 tiers of bouts. One tier has teams of 6 battling via single elimination until a victor is declared. The other is single combatants fighting one-on-one in single eliminations until a victor is declared. So these 2 tiers can be fought in for personal or group victory, and great rewards to come, gold or glory.
Mm-hmm.
Or both. Mostly both.
Nero will make one last attempt to assuage Finch, who I feel like is the odd person out here.
I don't need to
Finch.
be swayed. I don't need to be swayed. I didn't give my opinion.
Okay. Nero was just going to say, I think we all risked our lives over much less.
Yeah, Finch has definitely brawled before and won money and still been for it. So this is not a surprise. It sounds like we're in.
All right, the Aurora Concordant is in, and I am immensely happy to say so. Now, in order to be in, oh sure,
You said
sure.
teams of 6. There's 5 of us, so we'd be allowed.
That is what I was.
6, yes.
Yes, that was what I was about to bring up. There are 5 of you, so this is how it works: is if you are functioning as a team, you will need a manager to sponsor you, which would be me, and you will of course need a 6th member to fight. I am more than happy to find talent to attribute to you, but if you wish to bring someone along, that is of course your purview, and you need not decide until the day comes. But essentially, if you're all excited, I will keep you on the roster, and when the time is right, when the location is found, we will summon you hence to take part in the festivities. Does that sound fair? Any questions, any concerns?
A question, Mr. Grimthorn, sir.
Grimthorn.
That's it.
Yes.
Yes. Where might we find you if we wanted to ask a question or give you an update at all?
He puts his hand in his pocket and he tosses you what looks like a rock. Catch it. You look at it, and it is a stone with a little face on it. It says 25 words or less once a day.
Are there any
Right then.
limitations to the kinds of magic that can be used?
Nope.
None whatsoever.
No, not really.
Oh, that's
sure that's
sexy. Sorry.
I'm sure that's what makes it interesting. I'm sure that's
Yes, that's exactly right.
And I feel like we have several options for individuals who may want to be interested in joining us as our 6th. So
Very well. Excellent. I'll
Yeah.
have some people ready to go just in case, but of course, people who are already going to be present to do single combatant and such.
We could bring the bard and he could sadden the other team to death.
Very nice. He says such wonderful things about you. You
she
shit.
is very sweet. He's very sweet.
Right. Well, by all means, bring your own person, but we at the Brawlers League like to be prepared. So
Absolutely.
prepare for us to be prepared for you.
Mr. Grimthorn, have a lovely day.
And I appreciate you remembering my name on the third time, sir.
Seriously.
And I'll shake your hand. Say very well. I will be in touch. Very excited to have the Aurora Concordant on board. I will be very much in touch with all of you. Well, I have much to do, and this alley stinks. So, good day.
Good day, then.
Good day.
Bidet.
Good day.
And he'll saunter out of the alley.
So as we collect and start to move towards Gilmore's, Yvaine will say, you know, I've noticed in the graveyard in particular, we do really well when Finch has someone that can stand shoulder to shoulder and take just a bit of the heat off, and Zarvolg can melee weave. So what I was thinking, I think I know a really good sixth person. You haven't met them. Ember, do you remember a while back I told you I had a contact I was looking to meet for the Cobalt Reserve?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, by the way, it's just throwing things out at you. I forgot to tell everyone because we've been so incredibly busy. The scroll at my hip is a piece of arcane dynamite from the Age of Arcanum. We can talk about that a little more later. It's fine. None of us speak deep speech, so we won't go insane. It's all good. So, also moving forward,
So Yvaine, you keep sort of like, you're like, oh yeah, Arcane Dynamite, blah, blah, blah. And you're like, anyway, so backing on to it, I think all five, and I think Happy and Fen doesn't know, but Happy as well, are all just like different facial reactions. You try and like play it off, but it doesn't seem to work.
Nero's the most baffled.
Well, that was unnerving.
I tried to tell you last night, but it didn't come out. So I just decided to embrace the awkward. Anyway, yeah, so I have noticed that we do well with someone else. Anyway, so there was a person. Yes, that's it. Oh, Anna got arrested and interrogated for Jules fuckery. And, yeah, so, right, back, sorry, the campfires. We were at the campfire. We were talking, we were eating. Damn it, why can't I remember anything right now? I'm so dysregulated. That's what I was talking about.
Is that the word of the day?
Dysregulated.
It was
Nero's just
important too.
Nero's constantly asking,
Yes,
who?
no, somebody who's like, who can be sent. I have a sixth person. That's what it was. I have a contact from the reserve, a sixth person maybe potentially. So to Gilmore.
I also had an idea in inside of that vein, particularly if we were interested in, say, betting on ourselves and bringing a ringer in that sixth position, at which point Ember will look very frankly at Finch. If we could bring one of the Amon champions as our sixth, that would be a hell of a ringer and something that they won't see coming.
Oh,
I considered that. Honestly, I think that this would be right up any single one of my brother's alley, and I frankly wouldn't be surprised in consulting them if they haven't already participated in this throughout the many years that we've existed in the city.
Based on what
Did you ask the chill one? I can't remember his name, but the really cool one. Not the billowing one.
You mean all of them?
Yeah, right.
The really cool. Yeah.
No, yeah, we can. Yes, we can consider that, and we have Alasterre, and we have.
How did you say it like that?
So many. Yes, we can discuss. Like I said, I wouldn't be the least bit surprised if my brothers have already competed in this in some way, shape, or form. To be completely honest with you,
I like the big.
Yes, and Taro. Always everyone's favorite. All right, then to Gilmore's.
To Gilmore's!
It's been quite the info dump.
Yeah.
All right. What was, I feel like as we're walking, go ahead.
Ember will just look at Yvaine and say 2 words. Arcane Dynamite?
Oh yeah, no, it's all right. It's fine because I don't speak the language, so it can't make me insane.
Okay. And Honor got arrested.
Oh, because of Jules' fuckery. They arrested and interrogated Honor, but I told her to look at Jewel, and then Jules on a wanted poster. By the way, I was thinking, we probably should. We should get Jewel.
We should reduce Yvaine's coffee intake in the mornings.
Too much. Too much. Too much.
She has had all of this to say since Western. The last 48 hours in Western were a lot, and this is the first opportunity she's had to say anything about all of it.
Okay.
Possibly take to interrogate Honor.
I don't know. You can only convey so much in 25 words. It's very frustrating. And the first time I spoke to her in the dream, she wouldn't admit to it.
Question?
Yeah.
I assume all these are all people I've never met.
Oh yeah. Yeah, you've never met a single one.
You, Yvaine, you seem a very scholarly bookworm type for someone from the Ashari. Do you have notes at all that could catch me up on all of this?
That's terrible.
You seem like you just writes everything down.
What's funny is that I'm actually a librarian.
Okay.
Yeah, I make reports of world happenings and turn these in to the Cobalt. Yes, I will hand you a report. It'll be dry and boring, but it will catch you up on everything, so you know who all of the players are. Anyway,
I could use the bedtime reading.
In short, Honor is a mage. She is the youngest spellwright with the League of Miracles in Western. She's been very much a part of putting, I think, the Market Ward back together after magma land sharks took it apart several years back.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
So she's been in charge of that. There was a payment that was going from the City of Western to the League of Miracles. That payment happened when it was taken by the League of Miracles and they actually had it in their possession. There was a robbery. For whatever reason, Honor became a suspect in that robbery and was arrested and interrogated.
And this involves this Jewel of Twilight you keep talking about?
It's because Jewel of Twilight was the thief in question, and she used connections gained by associations with us to be able to pull that off.
Oh.
If she comes to Amon, we should collect her.
Yes.
It'd be smart not to come to Amon.
Also, we should sell that lyre she has and see if we can do the same thing for her that they did for Nero, because I don't want her to be beat up. She's not a bad person. Her father's a shithead. I don't want bad to happen to her, but the only way to clear her name is to actually turn her in, because she fucked it up the first time. And Honor had to lie to me, and it hurt her to lie to me, and it hurt me that she lied to me, even though I knew she had to lie to me. It's very confusing. It's been a very difficult 4 weeks, everyone.
Nero is somewhat amused by all this now. He's gone from confused to somewhat amused.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Sounds like we need some retail therapy.
Yeah,
Oh my god, yes.
this is why you don't ask questions you don't want the answer to.
Yeah, he just made shitty comments when I was done with the whole dream thing without bothering to ask why.
Mm-hmm.
I'm really still following you, by the way, with the coconuts.
The whole time.
Good job, Beth.
I can see Finch just trotting along, skipping
Even when
along.
we are actually on horses, there is no need for the coconut. Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. They said I should do this at the temple.
Doing it.
That was probably a joke. I don't know.
Yeah, Lady Kima has an obscure...
I've been doing it for the last 2 months. Kima told me I should.
Xander and Sir Robin.
Kima.
It builds character. All right then.
No, it's just, this is not canon at all, to be clear. She's not been following around with coconuts for the last 2 months. I wouldn't even know where she would get coconuts, to be honest.
But no, from a Tal'Dorei swallow or a Marquesian swallow.
Like, maybe. You picked her up in Western, which is pretty damn landlocked, so I don't know. But anyway, hey, guess what? As you come around the bend, what do you think you see?
A
It's
giant monster.
purple. It's a big purple
Purple.
sign that says Gilmore's Glorious Goods.
Something like that? Probably. Girl. Yeah. Let me post you a little image. I didn't find anything on Tailspire that could possibly do justice to the very purple, very wonderful place. But you come to this big, beautiful shop, Gilmore's Glorious Goods. I gotta change the music to possibly emphasize the magical wonder of where you are. Let's see here. What do we got? So, sure. Let's do one of these ones. Why not?
Yeah.
And busy. Let's pump it up. Nah, this is a little heroic. We're not going for heroic here. We're going for. Okay, that'll do for now. I might play with it in a bit. You look ahead and you see this multi-structured building, many-leveled. I think it is. Let me see here. I believe she's got like 4 levels. Oh, nope, sorry. The broad single-story facade of Sean Gilmore's wonderful magical emporium belies the extravagant interiors. You walk through the door. There is a large pane window that shows beautifully stitched vests, cloaks, vials of potions, daggers, wands. What more could a growing adventurer want? You walk in the front door past the beautiful Gilmore's Glorious Goods sign with a little unicorn in front. Through, of course, the long, dangly, golden bead, whatever you call it, the bead lines that you sort of go through, and into this beautiful interior that is scented lovely. There are shelves and shelves of weapons and armor and wands and rods and potions and toolkits and clothing sets, boots, daggers, tons and tons of things, and all of them are beautiful and ornately made. You have never seen such a spectrum of, well, glorious goods. You enter within and are very pleased to see the sight. You see many different shoppers. Some are mercenaries, some are nobles as they look here and there and about. And you see that there's a very large main desk where you see, I believe she is a half-elf, sort of very fine, sort of neatly dressed, definitely themed with the purple, and is sort of scribbling away in the book there. And Gilmore's Glorious Goods is yours to explore. What do you do?
Nero just takes a moment to just take it all in. Like, he's never seen this much magical, fanciful loot in one place before. Like, at least the magical kind. Like, he's a little blown away by it.
And you, my friend, who has all this history in magic and thieving, there is that instinct very strong, and you're still going, yes, take mine. You do probably know the golden rule of thieving, which is don't steal from mages unless you really know what you're up against. But nonetheless, this is the wealth in here is unimaginable. And more than that, despite the fact that it was a single story facade outside, it is 3 stories in the interior. Somehow. Magic, perhaps. As you all stand there a little bewildered, the half-elven woman speaks out. She has like little small circular spectacles at the end of her nose. Her hair is sort of like a neat bun, with a couple of bits of hair sort of coming down, very neatly dressed, very finely dressed. She says, Good morning. Is there anything I could do to help you? Welcome to Gilmore's Glorious Goods. I'm Sherry. Please let me know if you need any help seeking through our inventory.
Yeah, we just got into town, and honestly, we would just love to know some of the things that you have in the store. Because a lot of times, we'll know of something, and then we'll come back and buy it, once we've acquired the finance.
I see. Very well. We have a magnificent stock. If there's anything you are looking for specifically, I'd be more than happy to see if we have that. But as for what's on the shelves, there's any number of things that you could find. We have it's a very large inventory we have. Why don't you take a look around and come back? There should be descriptions of the things on the shelves as you go.
Do you have anything related to astrology?
Anything? I'm sure we do. Let me see. Nothing on the shelves as of right now. We have spyglasses. If you are willing to procure a spyglass, nothing magical, admittedly, but it is a fine enough piece of crap. We felt it right to have it in stock. But I can always, you can always come back another day, and I can put it in the books to take a check around.
Thank you.
Ember.
Yes.
Loan me 300. Loan me 700 gold.
One, can I get
Go
a line of credits? Two, where do you even begin in a place like this? Like, I think you've been in this kind of place more than I have. Like, where do you begin?
For clarity's sake, Gilmore also carries higher end mundane goods.
Yes.
Fantastic.
Not many. It's not really how they're known, but yes.
I'm going to ask for a fitter.
What's a fitter?
Someone like the person who does all the measurements at Taylor.
Oh, of course. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
For some reason, my brain thought that was like a part of like something like a mechanical
part
part
of a car or something.
Yeah, basically. I don't know. Whatever. Yeah. Says, of course. Please, right this way. And she takes you to a little section where indeed you like step on a little dais or whatever. There's the windows or the mirrors, I should say. She says, we don't have weavers on staff per se, but we do have unseen servants that are more than happy to take your measurements and whatever else.
Thank you. All right then, I guess.
Let's get your measurements.
All right then.
And I'll take off my earring. Would you have one of these for my friend?
She looks at it and says, there's a little sparkle of magic. Yeah. She'll identify it unless you tell her. She says, yes, we should have another one of these floating around if you give me about a moment.
Sure.
Do you know what the rarity is?
It says common. She'll sell it to you for 30 gold. Fantastic. I believe they work in tens there. Oh. Sure, 30 gold. She's feeling generous. Okay. She's so it's magic item shops are tricky because they're very at least how to deal with here because they're very specific items when it's in stock. So let's try it this way. As you guys go wandering around, you see that there are a number of like aisles, so to speak, not aisles, but there are stands. So as you guys look around, do you want to go to the armor, rings, rods, staves, wands, weapons, or wondrous items section of the, that's a lot of them, but the general section of magic item? What would you like to go looking for? Or go browse? You can always move to the next section.
I was wondering, do you have anything that could make me a little quieter?
Make you a little quieter. Certainly, sir. Were you looking for something more? Oh, I see. She sort of looks at you and says, "You're a ranger, yes?
Yes.
I assume you want the green cloak.
What's that?
I assume you're looking for the green cloak."
Oh, I actually have a cloak. Do you have anything else?
I see. Yes, we actually happen to have in stock boots of elven kind. Right this way, sir. She'll take you over to a shelf where you see these very fine boots. They look a little, how do I put this? Delicate, but very finely made. They are, they almost look like ghillie suit in a way, but much more refined, where it's all sort of like roped in nicely and there's beautiful stitching and articulate. It looks very elven. And indeed, she says, these are the boots of elven kind. They are not attunement items, so you need not worry of this, but as long as you have them on your feet, you will not make a sound as you travel.
Oh, that sounds perfect. How much are those?
Let us find out. Those, double check. Magic. We'll play it in the middle. These were 1,000 gold pieces.
I will be your first customer of this group.
Very well. I'm happy to bring that up for you, and she'll take your gold from you and be happy to provide you boots of elven kind, which will provide you advantage on all stealth checks that require sound or involve sound. Okay.
Thank
Who
you.
else? No problem. Who else has stuff to explore? I'm just trying to find ways of narrowing it down. So maybe someone's seeking a weapon, new weapon. What are you shopping for? A new weapon, something a little more wondrous, a cloak. Narrow it down for me, and I can give you a little selection of what's on the shelves.
Nero's just getting measured right now by invisible hands, and it's very awkward.
Yeah, you see these things sort of wrapping around you, pens being picked up and writing down measurements.
I have the ability to shapeshift,
Yes.
but that takes my language away. Do you have something that would allow me to communicate with someone, even if I'm like, I don't know, a weasel at the time?
Rather unusual enchantment. I don't think we have anything like that on shop, but of course, this is Gilmore's Glorious Goods. We can always, you can always commission us to create something of, such a unique enchantment. We could create something a little more customized for you if you wish.
Yeah, it's above the table. I think it would be a helm of telepathy.
Oh shit. So I think the reason why she didn't hop on that was because that's a very powerful.
Isn't that like uncommon?
I'm gonna go take a look.
I
yes,
remember looking at it and thinking it wasn't like all that big of a deal. It was like a meh kind of thing.
No, it's an uncommon attunement item. By all means, if you think you have a solution to your question, let me know, because I don't. Sherry certainly does have an encyclopedia knowledge of magic items. She says, well, we did have a helm of telepathy in shop the other day, but it was sold, I'm very sorry to say. But if you wish, we can try and procure another, or I could check with our satellite shops across Tal'Dorei.
What does something like that run?
She flips through her book. Okay, we're not going to do that much. This wants to act for 12,000, but I'm not going to ask that.
It's a case of I might not have it, but I'll certainly put it aside and eventually come back and commission it. You know, I just need to know how much I need to be able to give you.
I understand. We commissioned that for 2,000 gold pieces. But we don't have it in stock. If you want us to seek it out, we can begin to, I can keep an eye on our stock in other shops.
No, I would appreciate that. And like I said, when I have that I can just give it to you, then you can start looking for it, and I appreciate your time.
I see. Very well. We'll come back to us when you are a little more flesh. Who else? Who else? Does anyone have a particular something to shop for? Your measurements are taken. Nero,
So we
absolutely.
want to get a bag of holding for Nero.
We indeed have many bags of holding in stock, if that is something you would like.
I feel bad that we don't have any more Ankeg stomachs.
Excuse me. Excuse me, little lady. What did you say? We sell those for 200 gold pieces.
Okay.
Since she's right next to me, do you have anything? Well, three things off the top of my head that I could use. Do you have any leather armor?
We have a large stock of various leather armors with enchantments upon them, yes. Let's get specific. I have a suit of leather armor of resistance to fire. If you had a specific enchantment you wished placed on a suit of leather armor, that can be done as well. We have a series of armors in the shop with various enchantments on them that could have those enchantments transferred. But that's the only one we currently have in stock that is ready to go, so to speak.
Okay, I'm sorry. The fire resistance and what else?
Leather armor of fire resistance is the only one we have on the shelf that is ready to be sold. But if you wanted us to transfer an enchantment from another piece of armor we do have an extension of other armors with other enchantments.
Fire resistance. When I think about that actually sounds pretty useful. How much would that be?
Let me just go ahead and take a check, sir. It's mad at me. Okay. We sell those for 6,000 gold pieces.
Oh, wow.
She sort of a little smile sort of curls across her face where you have this like, oh moment, as you get the sense this is a common reaction when people walk in here for the first time that she thoroughly enjoys.
I see. Amber, do you have that kind of cash?
No.
Not for you.
No. Okay. How about maybe maybe a later date. Do you have any regular studded armor, perhaps?
You'll have to go to an armorer for anything a little more mundane. We occasionally have mundane items of very, very high quality of glorious sort of appearance. But generally, everything we have in stock is of a magical variety.
Okay. Two things. One, it's rather common. Do you have a diamond with like about 50 gold?
You'll have to. It is a magical component, but that is a specific gemstone. You'll have to seek a jeweler for such a thing.
All right, then shouldn't be too difficult. And my components, they're usually just this bag I have carrying around me. What are your arcane focuses do you might have?
That I can help you with without issue. Yes, please, right this way. And she'll take you down a number of aisles, and she will show you a menagerie of beautiful arcane foci. She says, so tell me, what is your discipline? Are you an Arcana caster? Are you a Divine caster? What is your preference of arcane focus?
Arcana, yeah. No, Arcana, yeah. Not much of... Yeah, gods haven't really favored me much in my life, so Arcana, yeah.
I see. So we have a number of arcane focus. We sell arcane crystals. We sell orbs to be pondered. We have rods. We have many staves. We have wands as well. We also have ones that are not of the singularly mundane, or shall I? They're not mundane, but we have, of course, such things in much more grander quality with added enchantments. For example, let me try and be within your price range here. My apologies from before. She thinks to herself what she has in stock that might be a little bit more significant in power. Robes, pines, garments, bags. Okay, I got an idea. Delete.
Mighty fine shop you have here. Do you?
It is. You're right.
I guess you don't have any do you ever have any problems with thieves?
Never. Well, they try, of course, but they never succeed.
What happened to the
Gilmore's
last
enchantments are second to none.
What happened to the last person who tried?
Well, he was arrested.
Obviously.
But I suspect you mean what happened to him in here?
Yeah.
I'm afraid that would be a breach of security to speak on our defenses here in the shop, but I can assure you they're first rate.
Like, well, I'll have to take your word for it then.
You should. But in the meantime, we don't have too many I guess we just had a big blowout sale with staves and wands, and a lot of them got bought up, but we still have a number of common ones that are rather interesting. She takes you down the staff aisle. She says, we have 3 very special staves. I don't know if these will be your thing, but I don't want to assume. We have a Staff of Adornment, which is a very nice little common item. It allows you to float items around the tip of the stave. It adds a little aesthetic, but has a number of uses, such as you put a little egg, or maybe a flower, or an orb, or a crystal, or something to float around the tip of the stave. We have a Staff of Bird Calls, a number of charges, and you can make various bird calls. We also have a Staff of Flowers that has charges and allows you to sprout various types of flowers as well. None of these are attunement, by the way. And as you see over here, we have a number of wands to be selected as well. We have a Wand of Conducting. It has a couple of charges that allow you to, as you wave the wand, you can produce music. We have a Wand of Pyrotechnics, which allows you to, through charges, fire off a number of crackling noises and light displays. We have a Wand of Scowls, which when you cast it on someone, there's a good chance that they're going to frown. And then we have a Wand of Smiles that makes them smile as well.
Those sound fun.
They are quite fun. They are quite fun. I hear they're a big hit across the sea.
Yeah, I'm immediately just... Nero's immediately smiling at the idea of casting it on Yvaine.
It works just like that, sir, as you smile.
Oh no, I meant the scowl.
Oh, you want the scowl wand? Most certainly.
I'm just imagining at the moment. What? You said you had ponderous orbs?
Yes, right here. And she shows you a selection of fine orbs. She says, these are just standard arcane foci, but they're very fine. 20 gold piece each.
I look over at Ember. I think the scowl wand sounds a lot more fun.
Actually,
I'll take the scowl wand.
Very well, sir. The scowl wand runs... Okay. Let's see. It's... Oh, it's okay. That runs for 45 gold pieces.
That's simple. Sounds simple enough. I throw in the 15 I have to help pay for it.
So 30 additional gold from your friend, husband, lover,
Like I just give her a look. Like
patron.
let's just say he's my friend.
Very well.
I'm happy to help pitch in to get you some decent armor, but I'm not buying you party tricks.
We'll pick up some armor after this stop.
Yeah,
We'll let Yvaine go to the bookstore. I want to get a couple of outfits now that we've got the sizing set.
Yeah, I threw in 15 gold to help pay for the wand.
Don't sweat.
All right, a wand of whichever one you got, the smiles or the scowl.
I think the scowls would be funnier.
All right, wand of scowls to you, sir. Says, very well. Is there anything else any of you would like to procure? We have a fine selection of potions of healing as well, also to be mentioned. We have spell scrolls. We do have spell components of a more rare variety. We don't carry gemstones, but we do carry, well, back guano and other more useful things.
What do you have in the realm of shields? I have been very much in the market looking to replace the one that I have. It's been very good to me, but it's on its last leg.
I see. We have a couple of interesting shields that we would be more than willing to sell, of course. Let's see. May I ask your price range, if it's not impolite?
1,000 gold, 1,500 gold.
Very well. Okay, so that's cool. Ooh, I kind of want you to have it. Maybe I'll just let it happen anyway. Oh, I love that aesthetically. Okay, we have two rather specialized shields available for you, sir, madam.
We can just go by my name. I feel like using honorifics is probably confusing. Finch, and I'll go and shake their hand.
Pleasure. My name is Sherry. Very well. We have two shields here. The first of which is this one. She produces it's sort of a kite shield with a large eye on it. She says, this is known as the Sentinel Shield. The eye isn't just for show. It actually helps with spotting things here and there. As you look around, it'll also sort of help keen in your own perception. So the description of that is basically as follows. It grants, I believe, advantage on perception checks. You get advantage on initiative rolls and perception checks. Non-attunement. The second one I have is actually rather unique, that we picked up when an adventurer sold it to us from a dungeon they delved a little while ago. She produces this strange metal shield that almost looks like a crescent moon, but not quite. As the edges are a little more rounded off. Think like the Greek shields in Troy, how they weren't perfectly circular, but they had that almost like, yeah, okay, cool. She says, this is known as the boomerang shield.
Awesome.
Please buy it. When you make so it's an attunement item, but you can utilize it as a ranged weapon attack. You throw it for a range of 20 to 60 feet, using either strength or dexterity, your choice. And when you hit, it deals a d6 of slashing damage and then returns to your hand immediately after.
That's awesome.
I know that paladins struggle with range being the only deficiency that they seem to have in their overpowered arsenal. So, you want it, right? You want it, right?
I do want this. I don't necessarily struggle. I know a little bit of magic. But I feel like yeah, that sounds like that's right up my alley. So
It sounds like something you should do.
yes, yes, it does sound like something I should do. How
Now
much
we're
for
gonna have
the
to-
boomerang shield?
400 gold pieces. Finch?
Oh, okay. Awesome. Yes, I will take it.
We're gonna have
Yes!
to paint Finch red, white, and blue now.
How much for the sentinel shield?
Let me go check.
That did sound pretty cool too.
Ryan, quick,
Yeah.
I'm sorry, quick thing. Now that he thinks about it, the smile wand would be funnier. Let's
Okay,
just say
no
that it
problem.
was the funny. Let's just say it was the smile one instead, because he just thought about it using it on Zarvolg.
No problem. No problem. You could have taken that instead if you wished, yes.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Smiles. It is.
Okay. I'm just gonna roll for it. Sentinel Shield is 500 gold pieces.
All right. And it's not an attunement item.
No, it is not. No. I do notice that you're, and correct me if I'm wrong, but you have the bearings of a druid?
Yes, ma'am.
Very well. I only bring it up because I know that your people tend to prefer non-metal armors, yes?
It's true, and she'll kind of
Gesture, yes. Says, well, if you were wanting to, for a small additional fee, we could transfer the attunement to something made of wood, or another material of your choice.
yeah.
Being an uncommon item for 100 gold pieces, we could have it done in, we could probably have it done by tomorrow.
She just hands over her shield. She goes, "Will this do it? Is this sufficient?"
She looks at your shield. What is the material?
Was
Was it like is it a chitin shield? Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
She takes
it was chitin in my head, like it might have had some stone adornments here and there.
Okay, cool, no problem. She takes it and she looks at it and goes, "Oh, this is really interesting. I don't see why not. I admit the aesthetic of your shield will change. Part of the enchantment is that the eye emerges on the front of the shield, and the magic sort of certain arcane glyphs will have to be added, but it shouldn't be a tremendous change. But absolutely, we can transfer it."
No, that's perfect. Thank you so much, and I will make that purchase. So it's 600, then 500 for the shield, and then another 100 for the.
Correct. Absolutely.
Transfer.
Cool.
Very well. So very well. Just come by tomorrow, and we'll have it done by the morning.
Thank you.
Is there anything else for any of you that you would have interest in?
Do you have anything that would help me fly?
Funny enough, we absolutely do. Just the other day, someone came in and sold us a set of winged boots.
Oh, I just bought boots.
Oh, that is right. You did, didn't you, sir? Goodness. Other than that, I don't think we have anything in stock.
Oh, Alastair has those winged boots. Those are cool.
Zarvolg. Like Nero goes up to Zarvolg. Hey Zar, buddy, pal. You won't have to worry about sneaking around with me. I'll help you out with that.
So he needs your help.
I pat him on the back. Yeah,
Sorry, that was funny.
I'll put him over the hill. He won't have to worry about it again.
All right. Well, I appreciate that. All right. Yeah, it doesn't have to be a permanent flying thing, a potion, anything like that.
I see. We do have potions of flying, yes.
All right. How much is one of those run?
Those bad boys run for... No way. Half that. 250 gold each. Oh shit, no, wait, more than that. These are very rare items? I didn't know that. That's cool. Hang on, I am moderately confused. Give me a moment.
No problem.
Scroll still.
Book on potion brewing.
Yeah. Or a scroll with a flight, anything.
Scroll with flight, okay. Yeah, let me look into that too. So potions of flying are very rare potions. Those are probably going to run. You know what? I'll just put it at the original sane price. 500 gold pieces for a potion of flying. If you wanted a scroll of flying, does anyone know what level the flying spell is or fly spell?
3.
3. Thank you. The spell scrolls of level 3, a flying spell scroll could go for 200 gold pieces.
That'll do just fine.
All right, for 200 gold pieces, you may add a 3rd level spell scroll of flying to your inventory.
Thank you.
Is there anything else for anybody?
Folks, how are we on healing? Kitty.
Healing what?
Potions, or is that all covered by
Actually,
you?
it's a pretty good question. Is everyone good on healing potions? Because I can make more. Oh, do you have a book on potion making, like making potions other than healing potions? Because I can make those, but I don't know of any other recipes.
I'm afraid we don't have anything like that in stock. We aren't specifically a library, but we do have some other people in the region who would be more than happy to sell you such a thing. There are local herbalists. We don't produce everything that we have in shop, you understand. But I'm sure I could reference you to one of our potion makers, and they'd be able to make you sort of herbalism primer.
Yeah, actually, I would love the reference. And Nero, if you need a couple of potions of healing, I mean, you can buy them here certainly, but also everyone should have 2.
I have one left, Beatty.
Yeah, you're supposed to let me know when you're down to listen to. All right, so Zar needs 1.
If anybody ever goes down, I have ways of getting healing to you. If you give me some potions.
Oh, well, I mean, 3 of us have healing magic, so.
I mean, if the healing is if the healing magic users aren't available at the time,
Yeah.
or one of you go down, that would be very bad.
It's happened, I think. Not Finch, never Finch, of course.
Never Finch.
Oh no, you've gone down.
Yeah. Thankfully, Yvaine and Finch have never gone down at the same time.
No, we're at the same time.
That's what my plan is for.
So I'll just streamline that a little quickly here, Yvaine. Make me an investigation check at advantage just for like future shopping to get that out of the way.
Okay.
For finding the right tome of herbalism.
That is a 15.
15. Well, certainly easy enough, very locally. Whenever you leave the shop here, you'll sort of scamper down a street or two and you'll find yourself not someone who will make one for you, but you find a bookshop that will sell you a primer. So go ahead. If you wish to purchase it, let's call it, like an empty book is like 50 gold. So let's say...
An empty book is 25 gold.
Yeah,
because
25
Yvaine
gold.
buys them periodically.
That's right. And this is probably fairly valuable. So let's call that like, I don't know, let's call it like 60 gold.
Okay.
So for 60 gold, you can add to your inventory Herbalism Primer. And the contents will essentially hold, like, we'll say recipes for potions. Basically anything listed on D&D Beyond, it'll hold a recipe for up to very rare quality, we'll say.
Okay. Thank you.
Cool. At this moment, you hear, well, sounds good. I'll be happy to do business with you in the future. And you all can turn around as you indeed see a glorious man. you see this sort of older man. He has dark, he has darker skin. He has long, somewhat messy, dreaded hair, but he's done very well. There are a number of sort of gold rings and jewels sort of placed through the hair. He has long earrings. He has a very fine mustache. He's got black hair, but it's very salt and pepper, definitely on the gray and white side. A long beard that is sort of caught by a gold ring, sort of tuffled, and wears beautiful long gold draping robes. Not as heavy set as the stories tell. A little older these days, but still, delightfully, well fed. A number of gold chains, a number of rings and bangles. You see the man that could only be known as Sean Gilmore step from a long purple drape on the upper level. I will post to you an image of what Sean Gilmore looks like these days on Roll20. And he's shaking the hand of perhaps an equally never an equally interesting character, but a fairly interesting character nonetheless. You see a beautiful brass dragonborn man step out. He is adorned in this array of pastel-colored, fine clothing with like sort of shoulder capes. He is very heavy set, but wears it proudly as his V-neck goes all the way down to the bottom of his belly. But this gorgeous brass dragonborn man steps out, and he says, "Well, I cannot wait, Gilmore. It'll be a good working with you. I've always wanted to model for your company." And they shake hands. And he says, "Well, I shall peruse your wares, but business, I think, might be concluded for the day, but I will be returning promptly." And Gilmore says, "Indeed, it was very good to meet you there, Carsey. We'll see you very soon." And the two sort of part ways. They kiss either cheek, and he parts. And Gilmore sort of, "How are things going down there, Sherry?" And Sherry says, "Oh, Mr. Gilmore, things are work's going just fine today, sir." Anyway, was there anything else I could get you all?
I was like,
"Oh, right." She looks at you all. Some of you are stunned, it seems. She kind of just like waits. She just gets the memo. Gilmore goes, "Well, if you need anything, Sherry, I'll be in the back perusing the new items. I've just been meaning to get to them sometime here." And he sort of begins to wander away, and Sherry says, "And don't forget, Mr. Gilmore, the Tal'Dorei Council wanted you to consult on something tomorrow morning." He goes, right, thank you for reminding me. And sort of wanders into the second story recesses. Anyway, sorry.
hey, important.
Sean Gilmore.
Oh, he's glorious, isn't he?
Poison? No, poison's illegal, sir.
I guess he's important.
Oh, I thought you asked for poison. I'm so sorry. Yeah, he is pretty well known around here. You can make a history check, Nero, if you want to see if you know.
I want to get above a 10 today.
Okay.
$14, finally.
14. How, I wonder, could someone not know who the glorious Sean Gilmore is, either by reputation or by the great stories? Sean Gilmore is the legendary sponsor of Vox Machina in their fledgling years and later their magical ally. He is the proprietor of a series of magical item shops that are quickly spanning across Tal'Dorei from Whitestone to Westron to Iman. Gilmore is quite the sensation and a skilled, powerful sorcerer in his own right.
Oh, wait, is that guy?
The one and only, yes.
Huh. Thought he'd be taller. So, is there anybody need anything else?
I'm gonna ask a question.
Mm-hmm.
do you have any metal armor that would be exceptionally light?
Exceptionally light metal armor. It sounds like you're looking for something made of mithril.
Yes, perhaps.
Very well. Let me see what I can. Let me see what we have in stock. Oh, I also want to put out there really quick for my locals, Ember and Finch. You also recognize the Dragonborn, to be clear. That is none other than one of the. How do I put this? This is one of the superstars of Tal'Dorei. This is like the model of Tal'Dorei. They're on all the billboards. When anyone needs to advertise, this is like the cream of the crop right here. This is famously Cars-drawn Sunscale, but is largely known as Carzy, who is Iman's most famous model and is on a lot of billboards. And those of you who are not locals will have seen this guy on various ads and pamphlets and billboards around. This guy's a bit of a celebrity. But anyway, back to your question, Ember. Let's see here. Look through what I've rolled for them lately. She goes, I'm very sorry, sir. We don't have anything made of mithril, but I'd be more than happy to suggest that you check out we have excellent forges in the city. I'll need a moment to, in my own brain, know where I'm about to send you. Let's see. Here we go. But might I suggest checking out Anvilgate? It is, you can find it just a couple streets towards the Erudite Quarter. It's a wonderful place for people to, practice various crafts. And they're very, very skilled individuals there who definitely work with mithril. And anything you have produced there, you can always bring here for further enchantments.
Thank you.
Of course. Is there anything else anyone would like to do here at Gilmore's Glorious Goods?
Nothing for me.
Okay.
So we don't need any healing potions?
If you want to buy a couple, you can.
I don't have any cash, so I think I'll be fine for now.
Okay. With that, you may indeed leave the shop if that is what you wish. Okay. She says, "Have a great day. Take care." And you exit the shop. Cool. What are you doing next?
I think Yvaine's going to the library.
Okay.
I've got some mundane shopping to do.
Fair enough.
We don't need to RP that unless you really want to.
No, that's okay. Tell you what, why don't we round off any mundane shopping that needs to be required, just sort of bookkeep that sort of. So Ember, what mundane stuff do you need?
I bought 2 fine sets of clothes for Nero.
Okay.
Take any particular veil you want.
Minimum of 15 gold each.
Yep. And he's after some studded leather armor. Is that what you were after?
Yeah, studded leather, because I have 1 level in rogue, and that lets me use leather armor.
That's okay.
And
so 45 gold for studded.
Okay. And what's your weapon situation? Are you happy with what you got? Do we need to pick up?
I mean, I've had some daggers, but I was hoping to pick up like a 50 GP diamond. That's required for
Okay.
one spell. That will be
Well,
one of my main offense spells.
okay.
Can he
I
hit
will-
undead? That's the important thing.
The one I'm cooking up can hit undead. Don't worry.
Okay. So I will chuck those both out.
Okay, 50 gold diamond can be found from. This is a mon, so it won't be too hard to find precious gems. Right? Does anybody else have any mundane shopping to be done? The armor for Nero was 45.
I'll cover that.
Oh, okay. I had it, but that's okay. I'll put it back.
You helped out enough already. I'll get it.
And while Yvaine is doing the whole library thing, the only thing additional that I wanted to do is check on a mithril breastplate.
Fantastic. Mithril breastplate. Okay. Give about a moment to figure that one out. Okay. Mithril breastplate. A mithril breastplate can be procured for 1,200 gold pieces.
Okay. That just puts the bar where I needed to have it.
Okay.
It's not a today purchase. It's a
Down the
near
line.
future purchase.
Yeah, no problem. No problem. You go down there to the amble gate, and where you see. Well, that's actually something interesting to put forth. Just at least the visual for you, Ember, as you go to try and find that. You come to this. Okay, how do I say this? A grand blacksmithy that is built from black stone and adored with intricate brass metalworks across it. It is a striking building in Andor's Promenade. And you see a number of mentors working with other craftsmen on various things, smithing, pottery, glass blowing. You see tons of people working at various different crafts, weaving, all of these things, and they seem to be somewhat run by dwarves, but it seems that people from all over Amon come here to craft, and you find experts there who tell you the price for the mithril armor.
Fantastic.
Cool.
And if Zarvolg isn't tagging along, I will make sure to mention to him that location because they had glass blowers there. So if you need to get in front of an actual glory hole, then you can get one there.
I like that.
Because that's what they actually call the molten glass piece of the foundry.
Yeah.
It is worth mentioning, Ember, that you do see that they have like a proper furnace. They have like proper kilns, proper furnaces, smelters, everything. Okay. If there's no other mundane creation stuff, I want to just get a little list from you guys to prep myself. Where's everyone headed? The mundane shopping out of the way. I know Yvaine's going to the Alabaster Lyceum to meet up with some friends to go looking around. And what about everybody else? What do you got planned for your day in Amon?
I can do mine real quick because I know them. I do need to do some glass blowing training, so I need to set time aside for that every day. Yep. I want to spend some time in the arena that Finch mentioned, doing some martial training.
Let's do that really quick because I'm a bit excited about that. So, you go walking down to the temple district, my friend. You go walking. You find yourself walking through this large green park where you see this ahead, what looks to be essentially like not quite the Colosseum, but a Colosseum. Definitely a very beautifully venerated arena ahead. And as you approach, you walk inside. You look inside to see, again, seating, big set. Actually, I'll open up what I've got made for the God's Brawl Arena. No art or anything going, but you walk in. Zarvolg, you'd probably step through. I'll use your found mega to speed things up. You sort of walk through here and see this. You see lightning sort of stoked in various pillars. You see sort of standing over the actual arena. You see the image of this great warrior god. You see one-eyed, you saw in a vision, and you very much recognize in this moment, standing strong with like a lightning spear in his hand. Very Zeus. Somewhere between Tyr and Zeus. Is the imagery here. A masculine, very strong Herculean warrior with a spear of lightning in his hand, missing an eye, a massive flow of grayish, well, it's marble, but hair, standing over everything. And as you're standing there, there's a and hitting the wall beside you, this person just sort of falls off the side of the wall. And you're like, holy shit, just sort of caught off guard in that moment. And you look ahead to see this man turn around and sort of look over his shoulder at you. You see this like wild looking man with like a huge mane of hair, clean shaven, just fucking jacked, this guy, covered in scars from countless battles and bearing a great axe at his side. He's dressed very Kratos. He's got like the hide belt, and that's it. And this huge barbarian dude, he's like encroaching on 7 feet. But he's a human. He turns, blind in one eye, and turns and says, "Who are you? Someone else for me to throw at the wall?"
Very possibly. I've come here looking for a little bit of physical education.
I was not educated growing up. But Ragnar Stormcaller will educate you in this. And he starts approaching you, axe in hand. So we'll roll initiative next session.
All right.
Are we there, or are we just off doing something else?
If someone wanted to go with him and Zarvolg was open.
I mean, I had tended it to be a solo activity.
Okay.
He needs some alone time.
As much as I would have loved to have seen it, Yvaine's in the library.
Yep.
Somewhere Yvaine's going, "Oh boy, books!" And somewhere across Tal'Dorei, Zarvolg's going, "Ah!"
Yeah.
Through the planes.
Yeah, getting thrown through the planes.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, baby. Ragnar Stormcaller. He's so fucking cool.
The hot priest was like, "Hey, library." So, let it go.
Library day with the hot priest and the sad Goliath. Who can resist?
Exactly.
Funny thing. For a moment, Nero thought about like, I should probably research why I have these shadow powers exactly. But then he remembered how Yvaine very much told him, no, stay away from the library, and he decided maybe at a later date.
That's okay. I have a plan.
Yeah.
Because the plan is, if Zarvolg has got his thing, Yvaine has got her thing, if Finch has something to do, leaving Ember and Nero, we're going to go find an alley somewhere, and we're going to see exactly what the extent of those abilities are.
Okay. Okay. Okay, you want me to show off a little bit? Okay, I can do that. Nero can do that, definitely.
Hey, just
See
step
if
into
you're
this
any
alley.
better
We're
than
gonna.
the Earth Genasi warlock that I dealt with.
Oh,
I say, oh, hey, remember the warlock in the alley. Guys, remember that was fun. That didn't take long at all. That was quick.
Nero has no idea what you're talking about. He has no information about that.
None whatsoever. And neither did Yvaine, so I'm not even sure that made it in the letter.
Yeah, fun. And Carmen, isn't there somebody else here that you said you'd check in on, like one of the elemental people?
Yeah, you guys have a little to-do list around here.
Well, we've got a huge to-do list. Like, Yvaine is desperate to meet with Allura for Arcane Dynamite reasons.
We figured out how to go to cities now. We come with a shop.
What was that?
But like, aside from that, she's hoping that she can find either in the Panisophical or in the Lyceum what she realizes it's not going to be with Estelle Lattimore. Sometimes there's just history, you start off on a bad foot.
But yeah, Nero is totally down to like stretch his magical muscles.
Little arcane duel.
Okay,
It'll be a couple days before we go find Falcon's song.
Keep in mind, he might not even be in a Mon.
Yeah, he
right?
could be. He could be on the other side of the world.
He could be anywhere.
For a reward that great, any number of people could be hunting him, right?
And Allura might see us and be like, actually, I need you to go do this.
Yeah, who knows?
At which point we'd go do that.
Yeah, and I'm sure Ryan has a lot planned out for us.
I'm floating a little here. You guys are a drop of water in the bucket that is in the lake that is the adventuring scene in Amon. So you guys have some stuff under your belt. You got some opportunities, and we'll see which direction you guys go and how your legend grows.
We have so much. I feel like we've got so much legwork to do. Just finishing up things from Western, like, oh, we've got to turn in this letter, and we've got to meet with Allura.
Do this and that and this and that.
Yeah, if there isn't anything else going on, I will take the letter up and drop it off so it starts through that process. Because it sounded like that was I need to schedule an appointment to see, and they take the letter and go, okay, yeah, this will be in 4 months.
What? No. That's not exactly what I had planned. But it might still be cool to go up there and see the sights and see the scenes, because who knows, might be wandering by in the halls of Cloud Top Castle or whatever it's called.
The Cloud Top District.
I think it's called like Cloud Watcher Castle or something like that. It's
Cloud
right here.
Top Castle.
Big damn castle on a hill.
Basically. What will they call you lot? Cloud Watch Palace.
Sounds about right.